Go ahead, Leslie, we're live.
Okay. So I'm Leslie Schachner, hoping to return to my chair duties. I apologize for the delay, and now I am going to call the meeting of the Budget Committee to order. This meeting is being conducted by video conference. The public may participate in this meeting by joining the Zoom webinar or watching on the city's YouTube channel or Comcast cable channel 30 in city limits. There will be opportunities for the public to speak during the community comment time and during the public hearing. If you would like to address the committee, you may come to City Hall. Seating in chambers is limited and speakers will be asked to leave after the part of the meeting you're interested in is finished. If you are interested in speaking, please let staff know by emailing finance@milwaukieoregon.gov for those on Zoom. The public may also participate in the Zoom webinar by phone by dialing 1-253-215-8782, entering webinar ID 893-0252-3279 and passcode 130208. If you are calling in through Zoom and would like to make a comment, dial *9 to raise your hand. When it is time to take public comment, staff will monitor the comment cards, email inbox, the Zoom participant list, and chat. We will take comments in the order they are received and seen. Written comments may be emailed to finance@milwaukieoregon.gov. Spanish translation services are available upon request. The public is asked to request translation and other meeting accessibility services at least 48 hours before the meeting. Translation services are also available in other languages. At this time, we will do introductions of those present, starting with the City Council, Budget Committee members, and then city staff.
Good morning, Mark Gamba, Mayor.
Kathy Typey, City Council.
Lisa Beatty, City Council.
Desi Nicodemus, City Council.
Leslie Schachner, Chair of the Milwaukie Budget Committee.
John Stahl, Citizen Member, Budget Committee.
Michael Osborne, Citizen Member, Budget Committee.
Haley Nance, Citizen Member, Budget Committee.
I'm Bonnie Dennis, the Administrative Services Director.
Keith McClung, Assistant Finance Director.
Judy Serio, Accountant.
Ann Ober, City Manager.
Kelly Brooks, Assistant City Manager.
Peter Passarelli, Public Works Director.
Okay. We will call to order the continuation of the public hearing on the proposed biennium budget for fiscal years 2023 and 2024. The purpose of this hearing is to hear the staff reports and take public comment on the proposed action. We will now receive presentations from city staff on the departments and the proposed budgets. Bonnie Dennis will start with the presentations.
You're muted, Bonnie.
Oops. Good morning, everyone. I am going to start a slideshow, so just bear with me 1 second. Can everyone see my, there we go. Oops. Over. Okay. I think we're on. Okay, so today we're going to talk about the proposed biennium budget for 2023 and 2024. So with that, we have a number of presentations that we are going to kick off for the budget today. The staff is all prepared with their slides and ready to answer any questions that you may have for the budget. We're going to start off with Kelly Brooks. She's the assistant city manager, and then as well as Ann Overs, city manager, Peter Pastorelli, and so forth. So during the presentations today, we will introduce each section, and you will also see in the presentation slides the page numbers, the tabs, and the PDF version if anyone's looking online. We are going to jump around a bit just because we're going to try to keep the presentations grouped to those who are presenting. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kelly Brooks. She's the assistant city manager, and we will talk about the city manager department, and then we're going to go over the city hall fund, and then since PEG, which is our public education governmental department, is going to play a large part in the city hall fund for renovations, I'm going to speak a little bit to that, and then finally the engineering services, and then we'll move on to the next slide.
Can I ask a question? Just since we do have a resident who's wanting to do public comment, was it clear? I mean, I guess just letting him know that public comment is going to be a few hours away. On the draft schedule, it came up at about after 1 o'clock anyway. So I just wanted to make that clear for him in case he wants to come back later.
Sure, I appreciate that. I did send him a quick note through here. I'm not sure if he saw that or not, but it could be at least until 1 o'clock, give or take how the slides go or how the presentations go. Thank you. Okay, it's all. I'm going to turn it over to Kelly Brooks.
Okay, good morning again, everyone. I'm back with my different hat on. So we're going to start with the assistant city manager budget, or not assistant city, the city manager budget. I have the city manager here. Her name is Ann Obert, and she will likely chime in as she would like to as well. I'm presenting it though. Okay, so some major accomplishments, and well, actually just a description of who we are. So we have the equity program within our budget, which I'll talk some about. We also are kind of we work with the council and help advise on all needs across the city. So we're a little bit of a catch-all. A lot of things come through the city manager's office. Within the city manager's team, we have a division that's called our strategic engagement team. And those are our folks like the public information officer and our community programs coordinator. So a lot of that external communication work that you see from us, the pilot, is all within the city manager's team and budget. So some things that we're proud of from last year, or the last budget is getting through COVID, continuing to provide a safe work environment for city employees, partnering with council to establish and work towards a diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice goal. As a part of that, we added a staff person last budget, John Hennington, who's wonderful. He's our equity program manager. We did launch a new online engagement tool called Engage Milwaukie, which has hosted 14 different projects, actually more now, I think we're up to 16, and had 740 users as of December. So we're working to grow that. We can deliver 22 editions of the Milwaukie pilot to residents and businesses, and also we began translating it into Spanish as well. We negotiated 3-year contracts with both of our employee unions, AFSCME and Milwaukie Police Association. Heading into next year, we've got a big set of things to do. So we're going to facilitate the council goal setting, manage a successful relocation from historic City Hall to the new City Hall at 10501 Southeast Main Street. We want to work with our departments across the city to continue to communicate timely, transparent, and relevant information with the public. Re-envision community events, communication platforms, and NDA programs to better support the city's equity goal. I had gotten a question about this one, so I just want to touch on it for a minute. This is really about doing what we do. Milwaukee's great at bringing people together and bringing community together. And we, in alignment with our equity goal, want to be as inclusive and remove barriers to participation as much as we can and welcome all members of our community. So this is about taking what we do and making it better and making it more inclusive. We want to use evaluation and analytics to optimize communication platforms and continue to expand the use of our digital platforms like Engage Milwaukie that we created. That's a lot of jargon, but if you go to our website, we get a lot of questions. The chair asked a question about our website. Sometimes it's hard to find things, and a website's a little bit like your house. If you haven't moved in a while, it's got clutter in it. And when things are cluttered, it's hard to find. So one of the things that's funded through this next budget is a content analysis. We're actually starting that work now to look at what all we have on the website, where it's duplicative, how we can streamline that, and then do a refresh. And part of that refresh will be search engine optimization. So the firm that we select will help do what we need to do to try to make sure that when you're using Google, you get where you want to go. So it's that combination of cleaning our house and optimizing our site so that it's more searchable. We'll hopefully address some of those kind of long-term questions and challenges that people have with navigating it. So more to come on that, but I'm excited about that work. And I think that's it. Let's go to the next slide, Bonnie. Okay, so what's big and different this year, and it's the addition of a new staff person. So if you've been in and around the Portland metro area, or frankly any large metro area, you've seen that houselessness is a growing issue and a challenge facing our neighbors. And the city manager's budget does include an additional FTE here to help support both our colleagues at the police department and the library and all across the city in connecting individuals that are experiencing houselessness with services. So we believe there's opportunity to partner with external entities like the county to help fund this position, but we through conversations that Ann has led throughout the city, we do see a very real need to have some additional staff support to connect folks experiencing houselessness with services, and that's what this is intended to do. We had, in years past, I have put a lot of our web-related work and other things in the advertising and publicity expenses. I've moved some of that to professional services to better reflect where those resources will actually be spent. We have, if you've driven around town, we have beautiful art murals that have gone up. And we expect another one to go up at the post office soon. And that has been in the city council's budget, whereas the rest of the art funding that we have in support for the Art Mob Art Committee has been in the city manager's budget. So to help clean all that up and help us manage the art funds from one location, the art mural rolling fund has moved from the city council budget to the city manager. We also have two vehicles here. One of those vehicles would be for the houseless and behavioral specialist position. That is clearly a very mobile job, and the person needs to be able to get around to help do their work. The other one is an events vehicle. We've never had a dedicated events vehicle. We have an NDA trailer, which we roll around with tables and chairs in it. Then we also beg, borrow, and steal from our friends over on Public Works. We grab a truck from them, but this would allow a dedicated vehicle, hybrid vehicle, to help make sure we can schlep event materials back and forth between various locations. And as we're coming out of the pandemic, we see an increased need for that. So that's what's in the budget. And with that, do I have Ann?
I just want to make sure it's transparent on the houseless and behavioral specialist FTE. It's actually possibly two FTEs. The one half of the money would come from the county, one half would come from us. So how these funds are used could be different than the way it was described. So I just want to make sure it's clear. We need a mental health support staff person. So somebody who actually has a master's degree in mental health to help with some of the things that we're facing, both in our community, but it's showing up in our library and it's showing up in our police department. We also need more of a pure houseless position. And so the county is interested in that happening locally. They're interested in seeing more direct service out of the city. And so that's the partnership. We're not sure exactly how that's all going to land out. I'm hoping that in the next 3 to 4 months, I'm going to have more clarity. If we're unable to do that, then I'm still planning on trying to get as much service for the city using these funds. So I just wanted to make sure that people knew that we're still in fluid mode with these funds, but that's the service we're looking to provide. How much of it we can provide is still up in the air. Any questions on that?
My question is, when you say you're trying to maximize the use of the funds, does that mean that you might be expending some of those funds on other sorts of programs before the position is created in order to,
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. I think right now it's hard to hire these specific skill sets right now. People are struggling across the United States with mental health and houselessness. So these are going to be difficult positions. They're going to be in high demand. So I'm going to probably hold on to the cash as much as possible to leverage our hiring potential. We are partnering with some amazing nonprofits and government agencies right now who are providing services in the city, and I'd be remiss if I didn't give them that credit. They just don't have, and honestly, we have an incredible officer who's been providing a lot of these services. So I just want to call out Officer Simak, but also Officer Campos, who's been helping over the course of the last couple of years. But they need more resources than we're able to get right now as we stand. So we're just trying to figure out what that looks like.
So if I understand what you said, I guess my further thought is when you talk about the need for more resources, do the partnerships we have with other entities have the kind of support funds that are needed for these people? I mean, we're creating a position, but there's a whole network of other services that people need that the person would not necessarily be delivering directly.
Yes, and yes.
Okay.
The no part is there are not sufficient beds in Clackamas County to help people in crisis at all, not even close. But there are a lot of dollars coming out of Metro right now for support services for individuals in crisis. Those same nonprofits are asking for some of that cash, just as we are, in hopes that everybody is lifting all the boats at once, right? Like we're all trying to get more support. So we're doing this in conjunction with those requests. We're trying to make sure it's clear we're not asking for them to take money from another agency that we're partnering with. This would be everybody's asking for more. Everybody's trying to get more service into the area.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks for the great question.
Okay, with that, any other questions about the city manager budget at all? City Hall. Okay, we in 2019 bought this building, the Advantis building, and you talked about that. That was a part of the budget discussions, and so now where we are is we're really moving more rapidly towards design and moving in, which is very exciting. So this new city hall is going to allow Milwaukie to consolidate multiple city departments into a central location for increased team functionality and public service delivery. So more specifically, it's the city manager's team, city attorney, our community development department, building services, engineering, planning will all be in one place. And these are teams that actually really work a lot together. And in the past, being in different buildings has been a bit of a challenge. So I'm quite excited about everybody being under one roof. The project is going to construct a new city council chambers. As you can see, this is a bank building. They didn't have a city council. So we need to build that out. And that will also be used for a municipal court. And then we intend to build out a community room space on the ground floor that has long been a need in our community, particularly when we were meeting in person, and we expect it to come back as in-person meetings are coming back, that folks just don't really have access to larger format community rooms throughout the city to use. So that will be provided. The total project cost in the City Hall Fund, we're going to talk about funds that are located elsewhere right after this in PEG, but the project cost in the City Hall Fund includes $2,213,000, and that includes capital items and professional services costs. Next slide, Bonnie. So this is a high-level timeline where we are right now. We are in programmatic and schematic design. I'm not quite sure where my color went, but it's May and June. So just know that that's what we're doing right now. We're beginning conversations, particularly with employees, about when and where they work and who they work with so that we can make sure that we put folks in the right places. Most of the staff workspace is going to be on the second floor, and we do not expect and have not budgeted for extensive development of that space because it was recently updated. Then we go into design development, July, August, September, with the goal of having completed construction documents in the fall so that we can bid out the project. And then we move into construction in 2023, and the target move-in date is at the end of September. So get everything built out and then move in. And I think that's it. Is there another slide, Bonnie? Oh, yeah, the actual money. The kind of biggest thing to call out here is we did have a $500,000 contribution from the general fund. We are just planning on capital costs being higher. So the project is higher than when you all talked about it last year. Last budget. We are doing everything we can to contain those costs, but it is just an expensive world out there with inflation and building materials. So that's shown here. And then we are doing everything we can to close this fund out in 2024 and then have it be done. So that, I think, are the major items I wanted to cover. Bonnie, did I miss anything that you wanted me to speak to?
No, that's all that I have for City Hall Fund as well. If there's any questions, then I'll move on to the PEG Fund real quick, or permit. Okay, so the Public Government Educational Department is within the general fund, and this is a department that we've had for quite some time. And usually what we use the funds for is to purchase equipment, purchase technology equipment to make sure that our council chambers is running, and we can have the broadcasting equipment for Channel 30. And we also do distribute out funds to schools to help them in their programs for technology needs. But the majority of the money that we are holding in the reserve account for the PEG fund is actually going to be used towards the new City Hall. We have purchased some equipment so far in our current council chambers, as we mentioned at the last budget meeting. But the $171,000 that is part of the total City Hall project fund is going to include PEG funds, which will deplete the reserve, and then we'll continue to have to increase it going forward. The $171,000 does not take any money away from the portion that we send to the schools for their work. This is only for what's left over. Are there any questions on that? And then we'll move on to engineering.
Okay, engineering services is my last one. Sorry. I'm going to be really sad when I'm done, but this is the last one that I'm going to be presenting, and then we're going to hand it off to Peter to talk about the utility funds. So engineering services, we've been busy in engineering. So we completed the Linwood Safe project. You can see a picture of the mayor standing on the new path here. We did a Lake Road widening project, which also added some bike facilities there. Completed River and 22nd safe sidewalk improvements over in Island Station, and did a sidewalk project over in our over off McBride, one of our more industrial areas. So we've been busy right now. If you've probably been frustrated driving through construction on 42nd and 43rd. If you have been, I'm sorry. And we are trying to finish that so we can get out of your way. We are moving towards doing one of our larger sidewalk projects in the Hector Campbell neighborhood on Home Avenue, and then also rebuilding Wood Avenue. That will be a paving project, but one that's long been the bane of many drivers. So those are kicking off this summer. We also have been really busy on the private development side. So engineering services not only builds capital projects, but we're also the reviewers for private development and have been reviewed and inspected 20 different private development projects over the last budget. So busy. Coming up in the year, we need to complete those projects that I talked about kicking off. We need to move into the next part of our Meek Street stormwater project. We had a big stormwater project last budget cycle. We need to do the other half of that. Finish up 42nd and 43rd, Homewood. We also need to get going on Harvey Street improvements and Ardenwald North and Washington area improvements. So we're going to keep moving through our SAFE program. We're going to kick off design of King Avenue and Monroe Greenway. So King Avenue SAFE, that was the tier 1 top priority SAFE project. But when we got in and we looked at it, there was just not total clarity on what that needed to be. So we've since gone back to the drawing board, looked at it, and then sufficiently budgeted for it to kick it off for design. So that's going to be a big lift, but we're really excited about it, particularly as our city grows and how important that project is to connect people with services and transit. And then the Monroe Greenway project, you'll kind of see it pop up on multiple slides, but this is our biggest active transportation project. It's really our biggest capital project. And so continuing to do the work that we need to do to deliver the city elements of that and work with our partners at the state is just going to continue to be a major lift. One thing I want to flag too that Peter may talk about later is we do also have some funding, $180,000 for spot improvements. As we continue to do these bigger projects, we get requests from all across the city for smaller items, whether that's stop signs or speed bumps or whatever they may be. So we have programmed $180,000 towards that. That is a citywide conversation that we're going to need to have. That's also going to be informed by our upcoming transportation system plan as well, so that we balance that and then it's a data-driven process about where those will be expended. Next slide.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah.
About that fund that you're just talking about?
Yeah.
What entity will be making the decisions about how that money gets allocated and when?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, that's a great question. And I wish I could give you a really tight answer. We've always viewed our Public Safety Action Committee as being the real table where that conversation occurs, because we have representatives from NDAs there, and we have that staffed by our engineering team to provide that input and help do the work to inform that conversation. So I do think all roads point back to PSAC. I believe that's how it was envisioned when we adopted the SAFE plan, is for them to be the convener of that conversation. And so I believe that's my plan right now, but I think we're open to taking input. I think right now we've set aside the funds, though honestly the biggest barrier that I have, so just to flag, because we're in the engineering services, this is what pays for the staff. Continuing to have a full staff is challenging. It's really challenging. We try to be, and I think we're great employers, but engineers are in high demand and they're very well paid, and we are a small city. So even having the staffing that we need, that's one of the biggest challenges we continue to face, is how to stay staffed and how to then, oftentimes we're hiring staff that have less experience. Training them up takes time. So I think that's something we're going to have to be really open and honest about with our partners throughout the city as well, is even something that looks like a small dollar project still requires staff. And we need to make sure that we have staff to both maintain, to continue with our larger projects and do the smaller ones. More than you asked me, Chair, but I hope that helps.
Thank you so much. No, it was very helpful.
Okay. Anybody else? I can't remember what's on the next.
I also have a question.
Yes.
These projects under goals, well, at least under the first bullet under goals, are funded out of our SAFE dollars. We don't need more bonding. I guess that's my question, is where are the conversations about further bonding on SAFE?
I am going to, if it's okay, Councilor Beatty, Peter's walking through the funds and I don't want to mess this up for him, but he will walk through kind of the transportation fund and the different utility funds, and he can point to when you're looking at the next debt issuance. Is that okay? Yeah, because I don't want to mess that up for him by saying the wrong thing.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So engineering services, when you look in here, we had underexpend from the past budget and general fund dollars, and we were able to allocate that to the Monroe Greenway. And so I believe we are now looking at a really funded Greenway project. But it is a big lift. So, and we don't have all of the agreements inked yet. So this contribution really helps me feel like from the city's perspective, we're well positioned to move forward. So I think that's it. Anything else for me before I hand it off to Peter? Okay. Thank you all.
Thanks, Kelly. I might need your help on so hang on there for a minute. Good morning, everybody. I'm Peter Passarelli. I'm the Public Works Director, and I'm going to talk this morning about our utility funds and then some of our general fund related funds as well, public works and facilities and fleets this morning. A little bit about just in general about public works. So, we've got about 38 people in our department, and we manage the city's utilities. So our water utility, our wastewater utility, stormwater utility, and then we also do the repair and maintenance on our streets as well. And in addition to that, we manage our facilities and fleet for the city, take care of our urban forest. And then very recently, we've been involved in developing 3 new neighborhood parks for the city. And we'll touch on a little bit on all of those as we move on. I think the first part I was going to talk about, following on from Kelly, was our transportation fund. So Kelly, if you could, thanks, Bonnie. So I'm taking more of a focus sort of on the transportation piece in terms of the accomplishments here. The first 2 bullets focus more on our repair and maintenance projects that we've done. So our crew of 4 utility technicians, street utility technicians, over the last 2 years have worked diligently to correct some drainage issues that seem to happen on lots of our residential roads where we don't have curbs and gutters. So they spend a lot of time going through there and regrading those shoulders and putting in asphalt berms to, prevent surface water flows off of the street going onto people's properties and things like that. So that's a big part of the work that they do. And then, over the last summer, we, in conjunction with our engineering team, it's a slurry seal project on about 3.4 miles of streets within the city. To prepare for that work, that contract work was done, our street crews had to go out and do some pothole repairs and then do some extensive crack sealing on those streets to prepare that surface. So, during the summer, they, when it's dry, they spend quite a lot of time in doing crack sealing. It's a hot, dirty job, and it gets it uses up a lot of your upper body strength, but they spend a lot of time doing that, and they do a fantastic job there. Kelly already talked a little bit about some of the big street projects that we accomplished with Broad, Lake Road, and Longwood Avenue. Those were fantastic projects. Upcoming goals, we're going to continue to work on our maintenance and repair of our current infrastructure, try to make safe travel ways for cars and pedestrians and bicycles. We also are going to continue to work on our signage and pavement markings. We have a fantastic sign technician, Ellie Grassel, who, I think she probably, she's like a one person crew and does a phenomenal job in taking care of our signs. She's very, by $250,000. So we're looking at going from the current $250,000 that we had budgeted in the current budget to $500,000 for slurry sale. So we'll be working with our engineering team to further identify those streets that we're going to be doing those on, so our crews can get out there and do that crack seal work. And then we've also budgeted about $500,000 for a neighborhood repair program on streets, so we can do some overlays and inlays on some streets. That's something that we hadn't had funding dedicated for, but we've put some funding in place to do that, to start doing some overlays and inlays on those types of streets. Any questions on that? Thanks, Bonnie. So our transportation fund consists of three revenue sources: our street surface maintenance program fund, our safe access for everyone fund, and our state gas tax. As you recall from our February budget committee meeting, we talked about increasing those safe and SSMP rates by 4.6%, which represents the 5-year construction cost index, Seattle construction cost index. That's the 5-year average. So the increases in revenues reflect that 4.6% increase for the SAFE and SSMP programs. And then we do anticipate going out for our subsequent bond, $21 million issuance. That will be, Bonnie, maybe you can flip to the next slide. Maybe you can see how that's better broken down. Oops, I guess it's not on there. But I think it's roughly $5 million is going to SSMP, $6 million and $10 million to the different funds to provide some additional revenues for our transportation and integrated projects that we're doing, our SAFE and SSMP projects. We had deferred going out for a bond this year. We had sufficient revenues to cover our expenses. So we'll look closely here as we move on to make sure that we're getting an appropriate interest rate, and we're not being too early on going out and getting a bond.
And just to clarify, Peter, what you said earlier, so SSMP is for $6 million, SAFE is for $10 million, and state gas tax is $5 million.
Thank you, Bonnie. And what we've done in the past, I think, is when we've gone out for the bond, we looked at that sort of the next 3 years and using those revenues to do that bond. And if you look into the 5-year forecast, we'll start to go below our reserve balance in that 4th year on our transportation funds without the additional debt for that program. Any questions there?
I do have a question about what Bonnie said. What do you mean by $5 million for gas tax?
So $5 million of those proceeds will go to the state gas tax fund,
which is our road fund outside of the SSMP. Is that?
Yes, it's sort of that general transportation funding that's not related to SAFE. Yes, and SSMP. Any other questions on transportation? Okay. Our system development charges. So I wanted to talk about some of the accomplishments that we've done, and these are still in process. So we have completed the drafts of our water and wastewater master plans. Actually, those will be coming to council on May 17th for approval for adoption, as well as the update to our wastewater SDC methodology and the new SDC rates. Those will also be on our May 17th council agenda. We'll have a public hearing to talk about the SDC rates. We did have a previous discussion about that in May with our consultant, and then we've gone through our 90-day noticing period to notice the public hearing for the SDC discussion. So we'll be doing that on May 17th. Coming up on the SDC side, we're looking to start the process on our stormwater master plan to update that document, which was last updated in 2014. And the engineering and planning team have been working diligently and reviewing consultant submissions for their RFQ on the transportation system plan. So the TSP is getting ready to start. And then we'll also be looking to make updates to our water SDC methodology that was last updated in 2010, as well as the transportation SDC methodology. We'll be using some of the SDC funds that we get for transportation on the cycle track on Monroe and 37th. Bonnie, I think you can go to the next slide. There aren't any questions there. I did want to point out, we have seen it, certainly have seen an increase in SDC revenues from development that we've had. The Monroe Street Apartments, Coho Point's one that we see coming forward, the Burnham Oaks development, lots of small residential subdivisions that have been occurring that we've forecasted some additional revenues for. So we've seen some significant increases in our SDC revenues across the different utilities, which are a good sign and reflect the development that we're seeing in the community. So we do see some increases in costs as they relate to our TSP and the rate studies and the update on our stormwater master plan, but a decrease in cost on some of the capital work that we've done in the past. Any questions there?
So I'm looking at the transportation SDC and I see capital outlays a little over $1 million. How does one decide whether to use the SDC or just the regular transportation fund money?
So, the SDCs are tied to a couple different things, and it really sort of depends on the utility that you're looking for. So with on the transportation side, we will use those funds when the project's been identified within a master plan, and it's necessary to make those improvements based on new growth. So in this case, the growth that we're using it on is related to the cycle track around the Monroe and 37th apartment. So we're able to use those funds for those growth related things. On some of the in other circumstances, you can use the funds to recapture a loss in capacity. So in I think on our wastewater side, we're looking at using some SDCs in the future for our Waverly Heights reconstruction. So where we're replacing an old sewer, and we're able to use some funding there to replace that lost capacity.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah. Any other questions on the SDCs? All right. Well, moving on, Bonnie, next slide then.
I just wanted to double check real quick because I did have originally scheduled a break at this point, but if everybody's okay, we'll just continue on and then have a break after Peter's done with his presentations. Over.
Thanks, our water fund. So in the midst of COVID, we continue to provide quality water to the community that met all of the requirements of the Clean Water Act to the community. And in addition to that, we've been working on some significant projects. We are in the process of finalizing the construction of our new well. The contractor is working on some control issues to make sure that the well that we've put in place and the pumps and everything communicates with our legacy SCADA system that we're in the process of replacing as well. So there's a little bit of intricacies there. We're trying to get this to work with a legacy system that has been difficult for the contractor to troubleshoot, but we've brought in some resources to help them do that. We've got, I think this Thursday, they're going to meet out there to make that connection. So we can run the well by going into the facility and pushing the button manually, but we're not able to quite see it yet and operate it from our SCADA system remotely. So the contractor and their electrical subcontractor have to make that work. Over the last year, we actually replaced all of the filter media, or I should say media. They're plastic balls that are in the, if you see the photograph on the right, that are inside these towers that we use in our aeration towers to cascade water over to remove volatile organic compounds that exist in our water. The last time that they were replaced at our upper treatment plant was about 8 years ago. So our water crew spent about a week and a half removing all of the balls and putting all of the new balls back into those towers. There was about 1,500 cubic feet of plastic balls that they replaced. It was a good job, and we saw a marked improvement in the treatment process at that facility there. I did mention we've updated the water master plan. And as I said, that'll be coming to council on May 17th for adoption. And moving into the next year, we are working to complete our SCADA system upgrade. That project has taken significantly longer than we had expected. COVID has certainly impacted a wide range of that project, to include purchasing some of the network infrastructure that our IT department needed to install out of the different sites, to employee availability, to meet with consultants, but we're getting there. The consultant has just stamped the communications phase 1 plan of that project. They put their stamp on that, and we're getting ready to go out for bid here in the next week or so. The other big project we have in the biennium coming up is our Stanley Reservoir, a 3.5 million gallon storage reservoir off of Stanley. We're going to be doing some seismic improvements to that and repainting the interior and exterior of that facility. A big project. We're also doing some seismic improvements to that tank. There's some things that we need to work through in terms of modeling what happens when that tower's down, or when that reservoir's down, and how that impacts fire flows that we're working on as well, and how we can provide some redundancy on fire flows when that system's down. One of the other big projects that we have coming up It's an integrated project with our SAFE and SSMPs, Ardmald North. We'll be working on that with our engineering team. Both the Stanley and Ardmald North projects are projects that we've are funding with ARPA dollars, about almost $3.7 million, I think, of funding for those two projects together. And then, as always, our goal is to continue to supply safe and affordable drinking water to our community. Next slide, Bonnie. As you recall from our February meeting, we were proposing a 2.5% increase to sort of cover our increases in O&M costs. We do have the sufficient revenues for our capital improvements over the next 3 to 4 years. We are seeing some increases in our SDC reimbursement fee. So there's a fee from our SDCs for water that gets allocated for growth. That's that improvement fee. And then there's the one where there's a loss from the existing capacity. That component of the fee is a reimbursement component. So we're able to use that for our projects within our water fund as well. So we are seeing that some additional revenues there. And then we did, as I mentioned, allocated a significant amount of ARPA dollars to water to cover those two big projects. One of the other things that we have coming up over the next 2 years is some new changes to our lead and copper rules. So the EPA has promulgated some new rules that take effect in the fall of 24 that will require some changes in reporting. The way public water supplies report lead and copper, it will require some additional mapping of service lines and doing some inventories. So the EPA is wanting public water supplies to better identify materials used in service lines. So we're going to be working on that. And then they've also added the requirement that public water supplies will have to sample for lead and copper at schools and childcare facilities. In the past, schools would do that sampling on their own, but now it's going to be a requirement of the public water supply to do that. A lot of work there. Some of the challenges are with identifying and mapping our service lines. Is all those things are buried underground, and a lot of the records don't exist anymore concerning how what materials were used in services that were constructed probably from the 70s and earlier than that. So it'll be a challenge to work on that. And then one of the other significant things that we've done across the board on our utilities have increased our bad debt expense to reflect some of the payment behaviors we've seen from our customers over the last 2 years from COVID, since we weren't doing shutoffs. So we anticipate our bad debt expense to go up. We have worked with finance, and I think Bonnie and her finance utility billing team has sent out letters to those customers, have placed them on a payment program that will reduce that payment that they're overdue over time. And we've further communicated to those customers the different resources that we have, both our low income assistance programs, the program that we set up with Vincent St. Paul Society to help out with utility bills. And we're looking at perhaps this probably July, or not July, but June, Brett, is it June, Bonnie, that we'll start doing some shutoffs if customers are or unable to make payments.
Yep, that's correct. It'll be June if no customers follow the payment plan.
Any questions?
Peter, I just want to call out that while that has some financial impact for us, and Anne covered this in her letter, so it's fine, but I just, in looking at this and seeing that we've got council goal related funding called out in the budget, I do actually think that preventing shutoffs during the pandemic was a fulfillment of our equity and inclusion and justice goal. So we talk about the numbers here, but talking about the part where we were going through a pandemic and we still made sure that every single resident in Milwaukie had access to clean water to stay sanitized as best they could, I think is an accomplishment.
I would agree 100%, and I don't think we would have done it any differently. So,
I have just a point of clarification for you and Bonnie both, I guess. When you say that the shutoffs will start in June, that implies that, well, I just am wondering if that accommodates that if people have begun payment plans, they're not going to be shut off, right? It's only where there hasn't been any ability to try and resolve the issue, or what? I guess that's my question.
yeah, that is correct. If they are maintaining the payment plans that we set up for them, we're not going to shut them off.
Okay, thank you.
Those customers that don't pay, will begin that process to shut them off, and it will include those same notifications that we've done before. That we'll notify the customer beforehand that, hey, you haven't been paying. We're going to be shutting off your service here on this date. So.
And people all of those people continue to have access to the St. Vincent de Paul assistance, right? Which I presume applies to residential customers, not to commercial customers.
It is for residential customers, and they can take advantage of that program. There are some limitations. We have set it up to that. You can't have the customer can't go to that program I think it's more than 2 times or more than $400, I think is what we set up in there. If my memory stands correct. I think that's what we did. So.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I think the next slide, Bonnie. Thanks. Our wastewater fund. I've mentioned this before. So our wastewater master plan, our wastewater crew actually spent a lot of time, a lot of effort on gathering information and data as we were putting the master plan together. There was a lot of field investigations and actually going out and measuring elevations and depths of things and checking out sewers when they were during rainfalls. And so they spent quite a lot of time going out there to make sure that we had good, accurate data for our master plan for wastewater. And it was a great effort on their part. I also wanted to highlight, that over the last 2 years that, they've really cleaned about 20% of the system. So we've got almost 80 miles of sewer line. So, that's, really a fantastic amount of work that they've done in terms of cleaning. So, the truck behind them, that's one of the vacuum trucks that we use. That's an older model. We actually have a newer model now that recycles the water that we use, so we don't have to go out and fill up the tank. We can use the same water that we have filled up in the morning for the whole day without refilling it. It filters the water that we're using as we're cleaning the sewer, and that sort of has impacted their efficiency and made them able to stay out on the job site and not have to come back and fill up tanks or go to a hydrant and fill up tanks. I think the bullet on the next one of the other things that they did is they actually, as part of our well number 2 project, they put in a new sewer lateral, constructed a new sewer lateral to connect that well to that well's building to our sanitary sewer line. And that was a small construction project for them, but I think they enjoyed getting that done and doing that. And then moving into this next year, we're going to be continuing.
Before you do that, can I ask, when you say cleaned the system, that means like cleaning junk that's accumulated inside the pipes. And does that, I guess, clear, let me know if I'm wrong about that, but it's, I guess I wondered how that relates to identifying infiltration or our I&I problem. Does that process of cleaning them out give us intelligence about where we have infiltration issues?
It does, yeah, absolutely. So part of what they do before they clean a line, they'll put the camera system that we have in the line, and they'll run the camera through it to see where we have defects in the pipe or accumulations of debris, and where where we have roots coming in and infiltration and inflow. So that, yes, that is part of that whole process there. And when they do clean it, what they're removing those accumulations of debris, the fat oils and greases that might accumulate in the pipe. They do root removal, so they'll go in there and remove roots as well that have gained access through the joints in the pipe. And those are generally in, some of the older pipes that we have, which if you have roots coming in, that's also implying that, water's coming in there as well, right? Through those points there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So our SCADA project also impacts our wastewater. We use the SCADA system to monitor and manage the pump stations that we have within our community. So our wastewater team has been part of that project, and we're going to continue to work on that and get this done this biennium of that project. One of the big projects that we have coming up, I think it's about a $3.4 million project, is our Waverly Heights project. That is the last of our major clay pipe that we have in the community. There may be bits and pieces here and there, but this is the last sort of system-wide clay pipe that we have in our community. It's a really older system. The sewers are running in generally backyard easements, so that impacts the ways that we'll go through and replace that. More than likely, it's going to be through less, it won't be an excavated project, but we'll be going in and doing pipe bursting and reestablishing the services after we've pipe burst those and pulled in a new line. We are going to be requesting funds from WES from our I&I agreement, about $1.1 million in funds from WES, which will represent about 33% of the total project cost. We're getting ready to sort of start that project design this next fiscal year, and then more than likely begin construction in fiscal year 24. The other big project, integrated project, is that Ardenwald North project. That's a project that we've also have forecasted using ARPA dollars. I think almost $950,000 of ARPA money we're putting towards that. And then one of the other things that we've included in the wastewater fund are the changes that we've made to the Good Neighbor program. So, right now we're in the process of refining the Good Neighbor agreement with WES. WES has that IGA that Justin and myself had looked through and made some comments on and recommendations on. That's with WES's council right now for their review. We've put together a map. The funds that we get from that program, Bonnie has identified some accounts and ways that we can account for those dollars, but we're going to use the wastewater fund to account for that program expenses and revenues. And then, one of the other things that our wastewater team's been really good at doing and focusing on is, trying to identify ways that they can reduce their carbon footprint. In our last budget, we bought this Bucher vacuum truck, and, that's made their work more efficient. It's reduced, a lot of the miles that we were putting on the older truck driving back and forth to the Johnson Creek campus to get more water or going to another hydrant. So they really work hard to reduce their footprint, and they're looking at their pump stations on ways to make improvements there as well. Next slide. On our wastewater fund, as you recall from February, we were doing a 2.5% increase to cover our O&M costs. We did allocate about $950,000 in ARPA funds. I've talked a little bit about the Good Neighbor funds already, the grant revenues from WES. We do have some work that we're going to be doing on our camera truck. We need to update the televising software and the camera system that we have. And that will allow us to do some work and scope and look at some of the service lines a little bit better to see, identify defects and problems there. So we've put some dollars in the fund to capture those costs. Originally I had, in this budget reflects a 5% increase in WES's treatment cost. So recently we got a letter from WES that indicated that, that our treatment cost, our wholesale treatment costs, were going to remain flat at 0% because of their accounting for some of their bond costs. So our treatment costs within this budget are probably a little bit higher there than they need to be, which is a good thing. And then similar to water, we did make increases to our bad debt expense. Any questions or comments? Stormwater. Talk about some of the accomplishments on with our stormwater. So, we have used our stormwater fund as the primary source of our street sweeping program. So, over the last few years, we've gone through and swept about 1,300 lane miles of streets. Jason Gosling, our street sweeper operator, is phenomenal and dedicated, and you probably see him out there every day sweeping the streets, whether it's in the larger sweeper or a smaller sweeper. But he's done a fantastic job. We have done some work on our storm sewer in terms of cleaning. Not as much as our wastewater crews, but that's sort of reflective of COVID and also some loss of personnel that we've had. We have had some vacancies in our stormwater team, both for some health related issues and just people leaving. Hopefully, when we get a full team, we'll increase the number of miles that we've been cleaning on the storm sewers. And we do a similar thing there too. We'll go in and clean those sewers and look for the defects with our camera system as well to identify those problems. We have spent time over the last several years at our nursery here at JCB. Trying to breed some specimens that we can use in our new and existing stormwater quality facilities. So we do grow a lot of our stock to put in those stormwater quality facilities. And in addition to that, we've also been testing out different trees that might be better climate adapted to our community that we'll plant as well. Gone through and updated our street tree planting list. Last year, we did a pilot street tree inventory to gain a better understanding of our urban canopy to help us identify, give us a sample of how trees if trees are doing well or not well in the right of way. And for the most part, they're in that fair to good condition, although there are some trees that aren't doing as well. We were recognized as the Oregon Tree City of the Year in last year, 2021. And then we achieved our 6th year of Tree City USA certification and 3rd Tree City Growth Award from the Arbor Day Foundation. And then over the last year, we've been working with DEQ on the issuance of a new NPDES permit that will better reflect with our stormwater goals as well as DEQ. And there's some work that goes along with that to implement those changes in those goals that are reflected in the budget as well. Next slide, Bonnie.
Could I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
It's regard to sweeping the streets, and I'm wondering if there is like a regular schedule, or if there is a process by which a particular issue can be called in. The issue is I am down the street from where 43rd Avenue is being created. And last week, one of those big front loaders went charging down the street at over 40 miles an hour and hit a few bumps. And there's now gravel spread in front of my house, in front of where the mailbox is, maybe in other parts of the street. And I talked to one of my neighbors who said he emailed the city but never heard back. My question is, when that happens, who should I contact to let somebody know that it's a problem?
Well, you can certainly contact me or our Public Works Department.
Okay.
Generally, our street sweeper is on like the 6 to 7 week rotation.
Right.
So if there is debris or there is, from from construction that's not in the construction zone, because the contractor has that requirement.
Right. This is not in that construction zone. It's down the street from it, but it came from one of their machines.
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah, we can get that. But I guess where I was going, if there is debris from something like that, or an accident, or a weather-related issue that deposits branches and debris on a street, just if somebody gives the Public Works Department a call, we'll get out there and take it.
Okay.
Leslie, I would just add, if you wouldn't mind, sorry, I also know, because this one is touching on a couple different, like, it might be, we need to have the construction crew go look that up.
Right, that was part of my question, was whether or not they were responsible for coming down and cleaning it up or what. But I mean, at this point, nobody knows except us, I guess is what I'm saying.
So I would be curious to know where the email went from your neighbor too, just so I can track that down. But another thing,
I can ask him.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
If they didn't, you can go through contact us. That way we can get it, and then we can route it to the right people too. If you need to.
Is contact us a button on the city's webpage, or when you say that, what do you mean?
You can just Google City of Milwaukie contact us, and it'll take you straight to the form. I just did it.
Perfect. Okay, great.
That way you don't have to figure out which department it goes to. We figure that out.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
I can also add, Leslie, that there's a public involvement specialist, Tracy Height, who regularly puts out emails. I would start with her, because she's kind of responsible for the 42nd, 43rd project.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. Bonnie, next slide then. Upcoming, so goals for the upcoming year. I did mention when we were talking about the SDCs, we'll be working on the Stormwater Master Plan. Kelly mentions the Meek Street project, which is a big stormwater related project. But then as a result of the update to our stormwater permit, we'll be working on updating our stormwater management plan. So that's the city's plan on how it manages its the stormwater within the boundaries of the city, and both the external infrastructure, but also its operational management of those systems. And in addition to that, there's going to be some new requirements in terms of sampling that we're going to need to be doing. So we'll be taking a look at our chlorides that might be present in stormwater runoff and in the streams at our sampling points. The chlorides are one of the constituents that you would see from de-icing materials and salting materials in the winter. So we're going to take a look at that to see what sort of impacts we're seeing there. There's some new requirements as it relates to mercury that we'll be looking at, as well as some additional pesticide sampling as well that we'll be doing. We'll continue to work on our tree inventory of public trees, and then we're continuing to evaluate our trees and shrub species, so to make sure that when we are planting trees that they're going to be adapted for the future climate. Our stormwater fund, as I mentioned back in February, we did not make an increase to that. So we've kept the 0% increase for both FY23 and 24. We have added on our professional services, something that we hadn't had really in the past. We were relying actually on some of the facilities crew to take care of contractual tree removal. So we've moved some of that expense to stormwater. So these are trees that, if there's a significantly sized tree that's damaged, that needs some care or removal, that's beyond our staff's capability, we would have an arborist contractor come in and assist us with that. So we've been working with a couple different arborists in the past to do that. And so we've identified some funds there. We've also identified some funds for Kellogg Dam. We did get a NOAA Fisheries grant, I think $585,000 that will be working in conjunction with the North Clackamas Watershed Council, still trying to sort through the details on how all that money will flow through the city to the Watershed Council for this project. But the focus of these dollars are for the channel design work in Kellogg and what that channel might look like when the dam's removed. So still some details to work out on that, but we've identified that expense there.
So if I can chime in on here on the grant. So you'll probably see here in intergovernmental line item that the grant does not show up there, and that is my mistake. So the $585,000 revenue really should have been allocated here. The expenses in the capital outlay is included in the proposed budget, but when we get ready to wrap up the budget, or if the committee decides to approve the budget today, the motion to approve the budget would need to include the additional $585,000 that was missed when I created this budget table.
Any other questions on stormwater?
I don't know. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I guess I'm having some trouble understanding the difference between the stormwater master plan and the stormwater management plan you were talking about.
So the stormwater master plan, that's our document that will look at our sort of infrastructure. So what are our future requirements as it relates to stormwater within the city?
Like out a long-term horizon.
Our long-term horizon, that sort of 20-year horizon. So the stormwater management plan is an operational document that we use to meet our permit requirements as a city. So it's sort of we're documenting our best management practices on how we make sure that we are working towards improving surface water quality within the city.
So it's also a shorter timeline?
It is on a shorter timeline, and it's tied to the stormwater permit that I think is on a 5-year cycle, that permit.
Yeah.
Often frequently gets extended because the state can't get their permits reviewed and
Right.
quickly enough.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. I guess next slide, Bonnie. Our Public Works Department. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the accomplishments, and many of these here that you'll see here relate to our climate work, the work that we've done with our trees, and then some of the work that we've got going on with parks. So, over the past biennium, we did secure a contract with PGE. It's called the Future Green Impact contract that will allow the city's operational facilities, all of our electricity that the city uses, to transition from what used to be in the past, these sort of RECs, we'll be getting our electricity from a new solar facility that PGE is bringing online. And by doing that, we actually significantly reduced the cost of that product from about 0.5 of a cent per kilowatt hour to 0.76 of a cent. So significantly less. Yeah. We also worked over the last year with our regional partners to advocate for legislation that led to that adoption of House Bill 2021. That's going to allow us to work with our community and set up a renewable green tariff, an opt-out tariff for the community. We are currently working with PGE and some of our other regional cities there to go through that tariff process. Actually, I think we have a meeting a little bit later this month with PGE to move that along. And what that will allow us to do will allow us to have all of our residential and small commercial loads on a green tariff that will provide, 100% carbon-free electricity. And then as well over the last 2 years, and that should be fall 20, I'm sorry, not fall 2019. So in the fall of November 20, we adopted new public tree code that was focused on trees within our right-of-way and on public properties that the city managed. And then recently in April, this past month, we adopted our new private tree code that impacts both development and non-development in residentially zoned properties. We had Arbor Day events each year and multiple Friends of Trees events to plant trees throughout the community. I think last year we planted over 1,300 trees within the community. And then we also hired a parks development coordinator to assist with the development of 3 neighborhood parks, our Boom and Bray, Balfour, and Scott parks. Those parks, we received $2.25 million in ARPA dollars from our state legislators, Senator Taylor and Representative Powers, to help us with those projects. And it was super greatly appreciated. Last Sunday, we had a fantastic event at Scott Park that saw over 200 participants, and we received feedback on Scott Park. It was our kickoff event for our engagement process for the parks, and we'll have a few more engagement events this summer, hopefully as early as the end of June into early July, to talk about the other parks as well. And then we'll wrap up our engagement on the parks into the fall and winter to provide a plan for council to take a look at and approve. And then we will begin the work on developing those construction plans and get those parks constructed by the fall of 24. Also going on this year is, we're working on implementing our new permitting system to streamline our private tree code permit application process. That's about to go live on May 19th. I do expect some bumps in the road as we're doing that and having to go back and tweak some things, but the plan is to have a new permit system in place for private tree codes as of May 19th. We'll also be working on engaging with stakeholders and residents in the community this year on that green tariff. we'll be working on updating our climate action plan that includes an updated greenhouse gas inventory. We do have an updated inventory that we've worked on this spring. We'll be talking to council, I think, in June, actually, on what that greenhouse gas inventory has shown, and have a discussion about that. And then we're also working on a climate program financing document that will help us assist with funding some of the strategies as well as our administrative costs. We're working with the FCS group, and they are looking at identifying potential revenue options and reviewing those options in terms of administrative burdens and for staff and potential revenue yields for the different options. And then we'll be looking at it from several different perspectives in terms of social, economic, and environmental costs to the community. Any questions there?
I do. I don't understand when you say a climate program financing document, what financing are you talking about? Are you talking about financing city efforts? Are you talking about assisting residents to participate in green initiatives? I'm confused at this point as to what the impact, who will it impact and how, I guess is what I'm saying.
Sure. So who it impacts is still to be defined. That's one of the things that we're looking at with the different options, and on those different revenue options, certainly there are impacts to community members, and we're looking at how that plays out, and the consultants going through that process to identify those impacts. But what we're looking at doing is providing a dedicated source of funding for our climate work that we do in the community. And some of that relates to the administrative costs that we have as a city managing that program, as well as providing perhaps some funding for programs that could benefit community members as well. So it's a little bit of both.
And a program that would benefit, you're not just talking about public education, you're talking about actual assistance in moving into more green energy, or I guess it's still to be determined, right? I mean, I'm wondering how it will impact the people that live here, as opposed to funding city facilities.
Well, no, yeah, we're not looking for it to fund city facilities. We're looking at it for really sort of those administrative and program costs. So some of those program costs would be for the benefit of community members. Perhaps there's a way that we could provide a source of funds for eligible customers to make upgrades to their energy systems that they have at their home, or provide rebates for residents to make improvements on systems that they might have in the home. That might be a program cost that could be funded from that.
Peter?
We're sort of walking through that process.
Peter?
Yes.
Sorry, I think there's a subtext here that I'm not sure you've clearly addressed in Leslie's question. About maybe almost a year ago at this point, council had a discussion where we agreed that right now all of our program work and effort that you see in basically in this Public Works Admin General Fund, that funding is largely coming from the fact that this is a council goal right now. We have climate action as a council goal. And we've agreed that we should look for ways to provide a permanent revenue stream for that other than being a council goal, because we've had it as a goal for over 5 years now. And it's clear that the work will be ongoing and that we will require some more permanent funding for that work. So I think that context might answer some of your question around why are we having this conversation in the first place? Or at least I hope it does.
I think that's helpful. I mean, I understand that it's in development, but I am trying to envision what the sort of products would be. What Peter said was very helpful, because I can say, oh, that's similar to the Energy Trust, which I think people are familiar with that kind of program. So anyway, thank you. I do appreciate the greater clarity, even if I don't totally get it yet. I'm done.
Sure, and Leslie, more than willing to chat with you in more detail.
Okay.
If you
I will follow up with you. Thank you.
Can I just ask a couple, what I hope are quick questions about the performance measures chart? A couple things caught my eye. Number of trees planted, is that just the ones that the city plants or the city's events with Friends of Trees plants? Does that also include what NCPRD does, et cetera?
No, that does not include what NCPRD does. So that includes trees that we've planted within Public Works as our Friends of Trees events, as well as trees that we plant as part of our construction projects. So I do count those. So yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to know if it counted, what happens in park sort of settings, park volunteer events. And then I noticed this huge uptick in solar permits in 2021. Do we know why? And I guess I'd be curious, I don't expect you to answer this today, and it's not important for this hearing, but I'd be curious to know at some point what the breakdown is between residential and non-resident other users who are doing solar permits. And so why such a big uptick in 2021? I am not certain why such a big uptick in 2021, but we did certainly see that, just anecdotally. I mean, I certainly get more people coming by, knocking on my door at my home about putting up solar, and so. Well, you do see, you see a lot of marketing of it now on social media and stuff. So maybe it's just that. Okay.
But we can take a look and see if there's something there going on, and get that breakdown. I think that should be easy to provide. I can talk to Natalie see if she has some insights on that.
Yeah, thank you.
It occurs to me that it might be related to the fact that the state did away with their incentives and people were rushing to get it done before that happened.
Yeah.
Rebates were ending. Well, that could be it. Yeah. Interesting. Thank you.
Okay. Bonnie, next slide. The biggest change in Public Works is the addition of our limited term position for a Parks Development Coordinator. So we did see that addition in this biennium budget. And then, we've moved the construction costs for the parks. Those were something that I think in the past had been in other parts of our general fund, and we've moved that to reflect that they're within Public Works. So we did have that increase there. Facilities. So, part of Public Works is our facilities team. We've got a group of four altogether. Damian Farwell, our fleet and facility supervisor, and then Ed Moore and Mike Carmen, and then Karen Gardner, are all work together to help take care of our facilities. Over the last biennium, we've been able to reduce our gas usage and electricity usage in our buildings. Some of that's reflective of COVID. Some of it's reflective of being more efficient and tweaking our systems to make sure that they're working appropriately. Our facilities team has lots and lots of contracts, and they've executed, over the last biennium, 43 contracts and lots of amendments. Lots of those contracts are project specific. Lots of them are service related. So, carpentry contracts, electrical contracts to do sort of service work, janitorial, landscape contracts. We just did go out and resolicit our landscape contract, and now we have a new landscape contractor in place, DeSantis. They seem to be doing lots and lots of great work. The facilities team spent a lot of time doing work, COVID-related work, making tweaks to our HVAC systems to improve filtration and air exchange in the systems. We went into several facilities and added some new windows, put in windows that you could open and close. And then they also made workspace and improvements to make it easier for people to move around the office, provide some more separation. Spent a lot of time doing that over the last 2 years, putting up partitions and all those sorts of protective things. We are in the process of decommissioning our 2 underground fuel tanks, here at Johnson Creek. We had hoped to be done at the end of this fiscal year, at the end of June, and I think the contractor is scheduled to be here the last week of June to begin that decommissioning, but we'll still have some work left remaining in the upcoming budget to do there. So we've got all the contracts in place. We're just waiting on the contractor to get here and the new above ground fuel tank to get here. So what we'll be doing is removing 30-year-old tanks here at Johnson Creek, replacing it with an above ground diesel tank, and we'll be shifting our fueling to commercial facilities like the Pilgrim Pride facility over off of 224 and Harrison for non-diesel vehicles. We did submit a grant, seismic evaluation, and a grant for the improvements that were determined from that seismic evaluation that we did. So it's about a $1.3 million grant. We submitted that in February. We should be hearing back soon on that work, and that will help us make some improvements to the public safety building. And then we've converted, Damien's told me we've converted about 5 to 10% of our natural gas use to electric at the public safety building as well over the last biennium. And we continue to look for opportunities to do that makes sense. A couple of big things going on. Our facilities team is going to be really heavily involved with the renovation project, the new city hall, the move of people from different facilities. We'll be doing some remodel work here at JCB, doing some refreshing of carpet and painting in the front building at JCB. And then we've also had some EV charging stations that we're working on getting installed, both at the library, JCB, and the PSB. We do anticipate a decrease in repair work at the new city hall, but there will be an increase in some of our electrical costs and janitorial services as we move into that larger facility. And then we do have a seismic retrofit budgeted for our public safety building as well. And that's sort of that grant-based $1.3 million that we'll be working on as well.
Can you, I mean, I know we've talked in the past about the need for that, and I didn't realize that the study had come in with the results. Is that to seismically retrofit the whole PSB, or is that just some core element that's where the Emergency Communications Center is?
Yeah, it includes the whole facility, so making seismic retrofits to some of the structural components of the system that aren't in compliance with the 1994 changes that were required, as well as some of the non-structural components. So, you know, there's systems within the roofing, you know, the ceiling systems that we have in the PSB, making improvements to those things. So if things start shaking around, you don't have the ceilings collapsing, and then there's piping systems that are running around and making sure that those are properly attached. So it's both structural and non-structural work.
Well, that's great. I'm pleasantly surprised that it's coming in at that dollar figure. So that's great.
Well, yeah, and you know, one of the interesting things that we found going through that evaluation is, you know, we did do some additional investigations in terms of the geotechnical, the soil conditions in that area. And the PSB is actually pretty close to the Portland Hills Fault. So there's this Portland Hills Fault that runs between, really close to the PSB and our lower treatment plant. And, you know, one of the things that was a concern when we started down this path was soil liquefaction of that area. So we did do some additional analysis there and took a look at the soils and determined that it wasn't at risk for soil liquefaction. So, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
If it was, we wouldn't have been eligible for any grants.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, that's good news. Thank you.
Yep.
Question.
Yes.
On the new city hall, I see some responsibilities spread amongst different areas. I was just curious, is there like a new city hall transfer or move manager within the city government?
That's Kelly. Yeah, so Kelly's put together a project team and a project charter to sort of define the responsibilities. And one of the core members of that team is, in addition to Kelly and Mandy on our community development side, is Damien, our facilities supervisor. So they'll be working really closely and collaborating on that, on the new City Hall project.
So related question, have they learned anything from other cities that have gone through something like this, if there are any?
There are, and part of what we're looking at, sorry, this is Ann, the city manager. We've hired a consulting firm to assist us with a lot of the pieces that we don't have here in-house on how to make sure that the move in particular goes more smoothly. We did learn a lot during the library move. We learned enough probably to be dangerous actually, and to realize that it is more complicated than we had expected. So Damien is going to be working on that with Kelly, but we will also be using our consulting firm to assist us with the move.
Thank you, Ann.
You're welcome.
Our fleet team. So Damien, he's our, as I mentioned before, he's our fleet and facility supervisor. Our fleet team has 3 mechanics, a lead mechanic and 2 other mechanics, and they've done a fantastic job over the last 2 years as well. You know, one of the things that we've done is we've brought in all of our police vehicle upfit services in-house. We used to contract that work out, but now we have those skill sets on our staff to do that work in-house. So we see some savings there in terms of modifying the police vehicles to fit in, you know, all the systems that our police officers use on those vehicles. So we've probably 90 to 95% of that work now we're doing there. There might be a couple things here and there that they might need an expert on, but I think the vast majority of that work we do in-house now. We did purchase our first EV for our police department. So we did this past fall purchase a Tesla for the police department. That was an exciting purchase, and we're excited to look at more opportunities using EVs on the police department as well. So we continue to have discussions with the chief and Ryan and their staff on opportunities there. The police also do have one of the plug-in hybrid electric Chrysler Pacificas. That's one of their vehicles that they also use as well. So they do make use of these vehicles. You know, we did over the past biennium convert all of our diesel use to R99 renewable diesel. So we've had some questions in the past, and I just wanted to point that out. So all of our diesel that we use in the city is the R99 renewable diesel, which is less carbon intensive than diesel and less pollutant in terms of particulate matter as well. You know, we have purchased new vehicles, 9 vehicles over for the city fleet over the last biennium, and disposed of 11 vehicles at auctions as well. You know, we're pretty aggressive about replacing or auctioning off the vehicles that are no longer in service and getting rid of those. I think over the last 3 to 4 years, we've surplused and received close to $375,000 worth in vehicles. So, and we received those monies back to distribute back into the funds where those vehicles were. You know, we continue to increase our EV replacements. You know, we look for those opportunities to replace internal combustion engine vehicles with EVs and increase the amount of EV miles traveled. You know, we have budgeted in our budget and our funds for some EV pickups for our fleet and stormwater crews. And we're looking for other opportunities to do that as well. And as the EV vehicles become more available across the board, we'll continue to make those choices to replace those vehicles. Any questions there? So I think here really, you know, we have some increases generally as it relates to some of the supplies. We are seeing some increase in costs to our repair parts and tires and things like that. We do have an aging fleet. You know, we do have vehicles that are in some cases like our 5-yard dumps that we have scheduled for replacement that are close to 30 years old. They don't get a lot of miles, but we use them for, you know, our winter weather activities and when we need to haul material from excavations. But we've held on to them for a long time. But by holding them on for a long time, we have more and more maintenance that we have to do on them. So we have seen some cost increases there to maintain those. We've also have included the cost of a new pickup for our fleet team and some replacements on some of the portable lifts that they have there as well. One of the things that I did want to mention, though, across the board, what we have seen on vehicles as we begin to price those out, we've seen some marked increases in costs on vehicles, and I'll increase in the timeline to get those vehicles. We started pricing out our 5-yard dump replacements, and what we found is we're seeing the cost exceed what we were anticipating in some cases by $60,000 to $70,000. So we might have to make some different decisions on how we replace some vehicles. But we're seeing some increased costs across the board on vehicles, and then on how long they're going to take to get here, which I think is reflected across the general society. So, any questions? Any other questions? Thanks. I don't think I have it. I think that was my last slide.
Just a quick comment. Peter, I think I really appreciate all of those reports and all the amazing work that your teams are doing. I want to particularly show appreciation for the thoughtfulness on the way that you are transitioning the fleet. I think the costs that you're pointing out of maintenance of vehicles is likely to only increase for the internal combustion engines as we go. And it's a well-known fact that the electric vehicles have a far lower cost of maintenance going forward. So it's really a strategically wise move that you guys are making to transition us as quickly as you can. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, we are going to move on to library, and I'm hoping that we can do that and then have a lunch break after library, since it's a good point in time. So if Katie Newell, library director, if you want to go ahead and kick us off, and if that's okay, if we can continue on.
And I will try to keep this as brief as possible. I just want to say good morning. This will be my last budget hearing, so this is kind of an excitement thing for me here. I'm retiring this summer. So major accomplishments for this library. I can't even begin how wonderfully this library made it. You know, we were only open 2 months, and then we had to close due to the COVID pandemic. And the staff was very just accepting. They stepped up their game on how to still provide access to patrons, and we did a great job of that. We were able to open to our regular hours almost a year ago, July 1st, 2021. So we were closed for over a year. And during that time, we decided to use the on-call budget that we normally would have been using for our subs to help keep the library fully staffed. We used that extra money to build up our collection and kind of realized that we needed to increase that every year. So that's why we did increase for a bigger budget for the book budget programs, because it is something we found that we really did need to increase. So we have done a diversity audit. It's now online on our website, and that will be presented to council on June 14th. And we're just trying to continue outreach to people. That 4,769 is kind of a combination of, it's like a year and a half, because we are still doing outreach and we're not at the end of 22 yet. Then our goals, we want to rebuild back to what we were doing before. We wanted to make sure people feel safe coming in here, and they are coming back. We're very excited to always see the people. We started 2 new collections. The Library of Things we had started when we were in the pod, and that has just grown. We have over 200 items now. And the Seed Library, which is our newest collection, and people have just embraced that, and that's going very well. But we want to expand it a little bit, make it just bigger. And then we found that we do like to keep our ebooks and e-collections up. And we do that through Link, our district, and we want to continue increasing that as much as we can, because it does give people who can't make it into the library, gives them access to our collections. We added the New York Times regular subscription daily as an online, and it was very popular during the pandemic. So that was one thing we were really happy to be able to do. And we want to continue to partner and promote the Friends of Flooding Library. They have been so supportive of us. They help us financially every single year. And so supporting them just is basically supporting us. There are plant sales going on this weekend, by the way, just letting everybody know. I know you're busy today, but tomorrow, 9 to 4, just in case you have some time. And also next Saturday, 10 to 1. So, and that's really all I have. Are there any questions, or do you want to look at the next slide? Are there any? We did increase, the city manager insisted, which I am greatly appreciative of, that we increase our education and training. This is something that has not been, we have not done a lot during the 10 years I've been here. So it's good that we have this. We were able to kind of double up some of the money when we weren't able to go anywhere. We did many online webinars. We had an all staff day where we had 3 different speakers come in. We chose equity and diversity as our theme. We did that, well, it was over a year ago, but we did that here while we were closed, and that was highly popular. And so I would love to be able to do more staff training like that. And so now we have the funds to be able to do that and move forward with it. And we did increase our materials and program budgets without having to steal from whatever fund we could. So I was very, very excited about getting that increase. And then we also had a 5-year maintenance for our RFID machines. It came due, it's gonna be due next year. So it's about $15,000, $14,000. So not something I normally would have had in our supplies budget for that year. Any questions?
I'll go for it, Leslie.
I actually have 2 questions. One is I am very interested to hear that you can read the New York Times online through the library, and I would like to know what you have to do that. And if there's some website you can point me to that has the instructions, I'll be glad to do that. I don't download books, and I was just not aware that that was an option.
I will send it to you, Leslie, okay?
Okay. And my second question is related to a service called Canopy, which is a way to download movies, which the West Lynn Library has, which Multnomah County Library has. And about a year ago, I talked to a West Lynn friend, and I was able to sign on to that service using my Milwaukie ID card, I guess as part of the Clackamas system. However, apparently they are now blocking it only to West Lynn cards, and I'm wondering if our library has ever considered this service.
We have looked at it. Two libraries have it now, Malala and Westland, though I thought it was Wilsonville, but it's one of the W's. Okay. We have not, there hasn't been enough interest in all of the libraries to do it because that's when you get the better price. With our service area of over 40,000, it was quite expensive for us to do alone. And I can bring it back up to see if anybody else is interested in and making it be something that we can get a better price on. We had talked about it earlier, and some of the libraries that had it stopped having it because they felt that so many people are streaming now from home that it just wasn't going. And yet our DVD collection still goes out. So you just never know. But I'll bring it back up. And
I just think that people may not know it's an option. And certainly the kind of movies that they show are not first run. So I don't think it duplicates what people are getting on Netflix or whatever. Anyway, I appreciate your openness to thinking about it. Thank you.
Katie, can you talk about the LJ thing that showed up?
Thank you, John. Oh, so we finished our library in 2020, and then so we kind of missed we missed it. But then they came back to me and said, "Hey, we want to put your library, we want you to apply for the architectural award." And I said, absolutely. So Hacker got all the pictures sent off to them. And not only did we make it to the edition, we made the front page. And so that was just really thrilling for us. And that's why I wanted to use it as our picture, because it just shows that what a wonderful building we have.
Congratulations to the team.
Yes, well, thank you for reminding me to say that. That was supposed to be my opening line. I messed up there. Thank you, John.
Real fast, I also just wanted to highlight on the education and training budget, we actually looked at the education and training budget for all departments and tried to make sure that everyone was getting a comparable general rate into the department. It doesn't mean that every employee gets the same amount spent on them, but we wanted to make sure there was at least transparency and fairness across those departments. On the materials budget, as we're all seeing with inflation, library is no different. So I really appreciate that the team has done so much for so long with so little. But there's a point where we just break if we don't start putting more cash into that system. So special thanks to Katie and Jana for bringing that up this year.
I'm done. You can have your break now.
Okay, actually, I was going to check in with everybody. We have Joseph Briglio here, and he was wondering if he could breeze on through his slides, but answer any questions that you might have before we actually do take a lunch break. But if you guys do want to take a lunch break now, we can certainly do that. Okay.
If we go now, we'll get through it quicker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come for that.
Me too.
All right. Is that the green light? Great. Thank you all. Good morning. Well, gosh dang, yeah, I guess we're still morning, barely. Joseph Brilio, Community Development Director, and I will try to just highlight the highlights as I go through, and feel free to jump in and ask questions as needed. So we have 4 budgets. We have about 15 employees. We cover 5 general areas. You'll best know us for building and planning. We also cover housing, affordable housing, and economic development, as well as some project development, project management work for a lot of the city city-based projects. So jumping right in to the community development budget. The theme for the last 2 years, it's been across the board, has been disruption and how we've been able to serve our community through that disruption. So a lot of business relief grants, rent relief grants have gone out. We've also continued to just be able to shift through the pandemic and still meet regulatory requirements issued by the state, especially with land use protocols. Looking ahead, we have some large projects, some big lifts when it comes to economic development strategy updates, administering the urban renewal and CET program funds that we'll talk about later. And then things like City Hall, as she's been talking about several times over, we're part of that, as well as a couple other things. Next slide. So overall, our community development budget has decreased significantly. That is primarily because we transferred our capital outlay over to public works, and those were primarily for parks projects. That amount was for parks projects, and so it didn't make sense for community development to harbor those funds since public works was going to be able to facilitate and use them as they need with updating parks. That was the big decrease. However, as you notice, the significant change is that we've added one FTE, and that is for a parking management coordinator, parking manager, essentially for a 2-year term. And they are going to be tasked with figuring out how we navigate parking in the coming years as development continues to increase. So they'll be in charge of overseeing the parking strategy we currently have for downtown, as well as expanding it into other areas of the city. So I guess that's it. If there's any questions, I can move on to the next budget. Planning services. This is actually it's pretty quick because there's not much changes to the budget, but I do want to give a shout out to our planning division because they are quite remarkable, and they have been quite remarkable over the last 2 years. Not only navigating how to do the land use process and figure out regulatory process and public engagement through a pandemic, but also meet the constant barrage of state legislation that's come through over the last couple of years. They have navigated that amazingly, and they've done an amazing amount of public outreach as part of it. Moving forward is no different. We actually have more legislation that we have to meet, like HB 2000, House Bill 2003, which is housing capacity analysis and housing production strategy work, as well as meeting current day-to-day service needs, but also comprehensive plan implementation. We've finished the first phase. We're moving on to other phases of that as well. So that work never ends. And as we are also a small department, but we are mighty. We get a lot of stuff done. We have a very aggressive city and council who wants to do good stuff. So we do count on contract services, professional services to do a lot of work. And so, Bonnie, you can go to the next slide. There's no real significant changes, but truly in every single budget you'll see is that we do depend on contract services to get a lot of work done. We just don't have the resources. And so, for instance, a lot of the state legislation that's been coming down, like House Bill 2001 with middle housing and code updates, luckily our staff have been so great and forward thinking. They've accomplished grant funds. They've been awarded grant funds to help reimburse the city for those contract services to help get the work done. So hats off to them. We couldn't do it without that, I guess is the point. But here on the budget side, no real changes from past budget cycles. This is a pretty stable budget as far as the needs and wants, I guess, too. Okay. Building fund, similar to planning, incredibly busy years through pandemic, and just constantly shifting and adapting to what on-site inspections require, doing virtual inspections, the pandemic, still keeping the construction industry going through the pandemic has been challenging. But hats off to Samantha Vandergriff with building official for keeping our customer service levels the same through the pandemic. And that's going to be the same continuing forward. Much like planning, we're going to try to continue to keep those customer service levels going. And the big lift for building and across our department, as well as other departments, which you've already heard, is this implementation of a new permitting software. Just a heads up for this group, as well as other department heads that are here, it's a significant lift. So not just doing the day-to-day operations of a building department and administration of city services, transferring all of the old data and then integrating a new system and then having it walked out is going to be a lot of work. It's going to be stressful. I've rarely seen, even though consultants will be like, oh yeah, we got this, don't worry about it, it'll be great. I've rarely seen this not be challenging. So it's going to be a hefty lift in the coming months and year. Next slide. So no one anticipated record-breaking permits through a pandemic. And this is challenging because I think when the pandemic hit, we didn't know what industries would be hit specifically. Obviously tourism and retail and things of that nature were kind of able to be foreseen, but as far as construction, it was fairly surprising that people would do as much development as they have done. So you've seen huge increases in our revenues because of those record-breaking permits. And again, our staff levels haven't changed. This has just been a lot more work for those folks, as well as our contract services helping backfill where we miss. Going ahead into the next fiscal year, we are basing our forecasts on projects that we know about for sure, and projects that we feel pretty good about that will be coming through our door. So it's not as much as the past years, but it could be. We'll see. So it's a little more conservative. And then in the forward more in the fiscal year 2024, we're conservative in our approach just because there's indicators, interest rates going up, inflation going up, real estate transactions are slowing down a little bit. So there's potential for a slowdown. We don't know. And so we're just taking a conservative approach to 2024 and hoping that we're wrong. But it would be surprising if things continue at the same pace as they have been, but we'll see. Questions for the building? Okay. Final slide. I told you it'd be fast. Construction excise tax fund. The last couple of years, so this is tied to building revenue. It's a tax on building permits above $100,000 in construction value. And so the last couple of years, we've been basically preparing for these funds to get a good bowl of money, a good amount of money in the pot. And so looking forward, we're going to be dispersing these funds in a competitive bid process. These funds are primarily for affordable housing development, supportive services related to affordable housing, and some economic development functions. So small business assistance could even include improvements of storefront improvements and tenant improvements. So that's where those funds will go. So we're close to releasing our first cycle, our first round of funding here in the next fiscal year. You can go to the next slide, Bonnie, if you want. So the expected increase in development, again, these are tied to building. So the more building occurs, the bigger this pot grows, and it's definitely grown. And we also received an infusion of cash, an $800,000 infusion from the general fund. And I don't know if Bonnie wants to speak to kind of how those shells moved around, but essentially that increased funding is going to go towards this competitive bid process to support the development of income-restricted housing in the near future. So it just creates a larger pot and potentially more units to be built and more services to be provided. So pretty exciting. Really exciting, actually. So that's it. I almost got you back to time, but any questions, happy to take them. Okay.
Leslie's got a question. Lisa's got a question.
Yeah, I guess I just, Kelly earlier told us about 750,000 out of Milwaukie Redevelopment Commission, right? Was that the number? So that's not reflected here. That's over and above what's here. Okay.
True. And those funds are the ones that she spoke to were for downtown. And so these funds can be used in the other areas that aren't supplied or funded by urban renewal or TIF.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Good question.
Okay, with that, I would suggest a break or a lunch break. Would 10, 15 minutes work for everybody? Be back here by 12:20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we'll see you at 12:20.
Go ahead, Leslie, we are on.
Okay, so we're going to continue the presentations with the police department being presented by Captain Ryan Burdick. Is that right?
It is. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ryan Burdick. I'm one of the captains at the Milwaukie Police Department. Thanks for your time today and going through this important process. I'll be covering the budget for code enforcement and police. And we're hoping that we have some basic commitments to be as fiscally responsible as possible, make good investments in our staff, and to spend the money in a way that makes our community as strong as possible. So we'll probably start with code. So probably one of the bigger accomplishments is we added an FTE to the code enforcement department. The parking officer took the position of code compliance specialist. And so we have two people addressing code issues within the city. That's allowed us to be more responsive to the community. And we did add a parking officer. We participated in a solicitation selection of a new permit system that includes a code enforcement case management solution. We did modify parking enforcement strategies to deal with the pandemic. There were impacts through all the city departments, and everyone was reacting a bit to that. And we also implemented an enforcement strategy for the home energy score code requirement. The next slide, please. One of the bigger goals for code was they achieved a 90% case resolution rate for code cases prior to citation issuance. This is a great number. It means we're getting compliance in lieu of citation, which is not always the case in other communities. We reduced the number of outstanding cases by conducting abatements. We're working through foreclosure policies and procedures with finance and city manager and other city departments. Increased public education with the Welcome to Milwaukie brochure dispersal program that Tim Sawyers has been doing for some time. And next slide, please. The biggest change in the slide, or the budget slide, is to reflect that additional FTE or full-time employee. There was an increase in fees and licensing for the permitting system. And because we added an employee, we also did a slight increase in education and training for the code enforcement department. And that is a pretty brief overview. If there's any questions. Okay. For the police department, we procured body-worn cameras to deploy to patrol officers. This was a very big goal of the department. The officers were also very motivated for this. We have a tentative deployment date of June 27th and 28th to build our system. The body-worn camera footage is stored in a cloud-based system. The program to manage all of this is called Command Central Vault. And we will build that with our vendors to fit the department needs and policies. The program is going to be set up with some customizable permissions, a searchable audit log, and how to export the video to either municipal court or the county district attorney's office, so forth. Once we get that system built and tested, we'll start with the slow rollout of some cameras before we have all the officers wearing body cams. A good program that comes with this from the vendor also is a program called City Protect. What's going to happen is the dispatch log or all the calls for service we get will be integrated into a public-facing program. Citizens or community members can log into the program, and it'll have a map in Milwaukie, and it'll be basically a searchable database of sorts where vehicle break-ins, thefts, crimes that are committed, or where the police are going, people can look up. We think that's a great step towards transparency. We do hope to have that program largely completed by hopefully August, September this year. We're going to do continued participation in our partnerships with in the county, SWAT, our hostage negotiation team. We're doing some human trafficking missions with other law enforcement partners in the county. Our detectives are part of the Clackamas County Major Crimes Team. Project Hope in the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program. And then we're also going to make sure that we keep talking to our community members, the neighborhood district associations, our homeless outreach efforts, and all the other programs that we're doing through the year. We're going to continue to recruit and train and deploy officers committed to public service and safety, maintain our strong ties with community members, and prioritize community livability and public safety. We're going to continue to improve the department's culture of diversity and equity through training and really prioritize service to our citizens. The next slide, please. So here's our budget snapshot. We did renew our contract with LOCOM, Lake Oswego Communications Center. That's our dispatch center. They're a great partner. They provide service to our city, West Lynn, and Lake Oswego. We're continuing to use the Mark 43 records management system. There was the what's called C800 radio conversion to digital, our body-worn cameras, and then the lead program, Project Hope, that I mentioned before, e-citations, and then we're also rolling out about 3 new police vehicles per year. And we're going to make, I'm sorry, go ahead, Michael.
Oh, sorry, I was clearing my throat. Sorry
about that. And we're going to look for those opportunities, like Peter was speaking about with the electric vehicles. We have the Tesla, which is being driven right now by Chief Strait, and we're going to continue to look for those opportunities to achieve those climate goals that council set. Any questions?
I do. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
With regard to the City Protect program that you talked about being implemented in terms of the, I guess it's a program that's in affiliation with the camera program. It occurs to me that when people can access information about events that have occurred close to them, they might, in fact, be able to offer additional information from something that they observed that would be not just that information is coming out to them, but they want to provide information back to the police department. Will there be any capability of that in the system, or is it just information out?
No, so some of the events, what we're looking at with the vendor is to see if they can provide what's called a QR code. And so if there's a particular event that we want to tag, and this is still in development, so we'll see. But the QR code would be something that the citizen could be interactive with and potentially upload if they had a video, or say we had a burglary in a certain area. If somebody saw a vehicle linked or what they thought was suspicious, that they could make comment. And so we'll have some of those features hopefully built into this program, or a mechanism for citizen input on specific cases of interest.
That was exactly that. That was exactly what I was asking. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, I'm also intrigued by this program. I hadn't heard about it before. And I guess I'm worried from the officer safety and public safety standpoint about real-time information, having people coming to scenes of incidents and being distracting or being, causing more problems, is that, I would assume that that's being taken into account, I guess. And
it is. We have the benefit that we're not the first agency to have this. And so there's some lessons that other agencies have learned. So there might be a 24-hour delay in the updating of the map, which would help reduce some of those issues.
And so then the map is that going to, the police pre-COVID when we met when we had neighborhood meetings in person, often came with a little map with different colors of dots for different kinds of offenses and sort of, what the patterns have been seen in the neighborhood. Is this going to supplant that, or is it just going to be something else?
That's the goal. We had an older CAD system that had a very useful feature where we could print those maps out. The CAD system that the dispatch centers are using now don't have that kind of individual mapping for our city that we would like. This is something, when we were looking for the body worn cameras, this was a feature that the vendor, which is Motorola, had that made it kind of the obvious number one for us to choose, apart from price. So it should be able a person to pull up the city of Milwaukie map, and then there'll be little icons through the city that are going to represent maybe a car prowl, things of that nature.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Would a program like that need to go through some equity lens scope before it's implemented?
Well, so we are doing that process right now through the whole body worn camera program. And so we are doing some outreach, and Chief Strait I believe he's already had one, if not two meetings with that.
He's been participating with the Equity Steering Committee for the last couple of months. And a couple of our union members and the chief presented at our last Equity Steering Committee. It was a great dialogue. I really appreciated the conversations. And we will be entering into negotiations with their feedback in the coming month. But it was a critical part of the process. And we also still have this, if community members are interested, they're still able to comment on Engage Milwaukie. So it's up for any comments, both what you like about the systems and what you have concerns about, so that we're able to discuss as we're in the negotiations around body worn cameras. Actually, let me rephrase, so that we can do this, because this is an iterative process, and we're going to learn things, and we're going to make mistakes, and then we're going to fix them. So, I mean, I also don't want to put too much responsibility on Ryan to get this perfect. This is going to be a process, and it's going to take us the coming 6 months. It takes a lot of training to make sure that our officers are also ready for these. So we have done a lot of research. We spent a lot of time with our communities of color through the steering committee and other groups to try and make sure that we're hearing from them before we implement.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone.
Any other questions for Captain? Okay. Thank you so much, Captain Burdick. Have a wonderful day. And just so people know, the chief is actually at graduation for one of his kids. So I really appreciate him not being here today. And I really appreciate Captain Burdick being here today.
Thank you.
Bye.
And it looks like I'm up next. And I don't know, Bonnie, were you talking a minute ago? I couldn't hear you if you were talking, but can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy budget day. Hopefully the next 3 budgets can be pretty efficient. So we'll dive right in. I'm starting with City Recorder. And if you're not familiar with the Office of the City Recorder, we have 3 main charges. The first is to be I'm the clerk of the City Council, so the office supports the City Council on all things administrative. And as you're all familiar, and we're meeting on Zoom today, we've become quite familiar with supporting the whole Zoom meeting idea and hybrid meetings. I'm also the city's elections officer and then the records manager for the city. So drilling in on the last couple of years, specifically accomplishments, to varying degrees, and we've all been there with frustration. We supported the city moving to a COVID world where we were meeting mostly on Zoom for most of the last 2 years, and now the last 12 months have been spent figuring out how we smoothly come back to in-person settings while continuing to offer the Zoom option, the virtual participation option. So surviving public meetings. Right away in 2020, right after the pandemic hit, we supported and ran the city's end of the 2020 municipal elections, in which we had 2 positions on the November ballot and a at least recent record of candidates. We had 7 folks file, 6 ended up being on the ballot. So that was quite a busy election season for us in December 2020. Throughout, in response to what happened in 2020 and just in the name of good governance, we have supported John Hennington and other conversations citywide involving the city's equity goals, how that plays out in meetings as we've helped get the city in a position where we can offer translation and interpretation services, both for documents, city documents, and for in-person meeting needs. Before the pandemic started, another thing that we were involved in was the conversation around what's the future use of our current city hall. And so myself and Allison Wicks from Community Development supported the City Hall Blue Ribbon Committee. Then the City Recorder's Office has had the task of overseeing and supporting our boards and committees for probably 5 or 6 years at this point. And as most folks on this call know, that we are moving to an annual recruitment process, which is underway right now, because we all need one more thing at this time of year to work on. So it seems to be going well so far, knock on wood. We'll see how the next few weeks play out, but that's been a big thing we've worked on. And then one of the parts of it, I love all parts of my job, but one of the things I really liked to work on the last few years is that building and continuing to grow our community partnerships with certain groups in the city. We've had a going on almost 10 years now relationship with American Legion Post 180 and the Daughters of the American Revolution, Susanna Lee Barlow chapter, having to do with largely veterans and those sort of civic engagement activities. But also, it's been a great joy for me personally, but I think a really good thing for the city to continue to grow our relationship with the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde. The field trip that was rescheduled for 2 years finally took place earlier this year, and that was a great time. Some good discussions going on. So that's where we've done. The City Recorder's Office has done. Goals looking forward. It's an election year again, in case anyone had forgotten. And as was made clear last year, this last week, there will be 4 positions on the ballot this November. So that would keep us super busy. For our city council positions on the ballot this November. So that'll keep us super busy. We will continue to support the city's move to a new city hall. There's all sorts of conversations and discussions about what the new city hall needs to have in terms of public meeting support and capabilities. So we're definitely a part of that conversation. And then I very much support the continuing to grow the partnerships we've developed. So that's what we're looking forward to. In terms of our budget, I think it's pretty boring. There were perhaps some slight increases having to do with perhaps a little, things cost a little more, come and go. I think the big storyline from the recorder's budget is its added staff. I think council's aware, but just in case folks don't know, last fall, there was a little bit of a rearrangement in terms of management positions. And I have now taken over managing the City Hall front desk and supervising our municipal court. And so as a part of that transition, it made sense to move some of the employees, the staff that fell under the finance budget into the city recorder's budget, just based on that move and some of the supervisory roles that I have there. So I think, Lonnie or Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think those are the highlights from city recorder's budget. Happy to entertain any questions.
I have not so much a question, but an observation. I was intrigued to read that the city of Milwaukie, it is or has a formal relationship with the Grand Ronde tribes. And I'm wondering if you could speak to what that's about.
Sure. Well, I think as part of the cultural dialogue might not be too surprising. It's a topic acknowledging the native peoples who were on the land that we now call Milwaukie has been an area of interest for city council for a few years and for city staff, and frankly, for our community. And so it's a relationship we've been keen to develop for some time. In the last 2 years, in the last biennium, we made quite a bit of progress. I don't know if I would call it overly formal. I don't know that we have any signed documents per se between the tribe at this point, between the tribe and the city, but we have ongoing dialogues. In the summer of 2020, perhaps started in 2019, 2 members of council and staff visited Grand Ronde, and we had out of that conversation, the city started, developed a native lands acknowledgement, which is now read at the beginning of every city council meeting, and very recently started to be read at a number of our boards and committee meetings. So there was that dialogue. And then if you caught earlier in this year, there was a artwork proposal for Milwaukie Bay Park that the tribe has presented, the First Fish Herons project, which we're continuing to at a staff level discuss with the Grand Ronde drafting an IGA for that project, and it's of course tied to the Milwaukie Bay Park project in a way too. So I wouldn't know if I'd call the relationship between the city and the tribe anything formalized at this point, but it's a very healthy dialogue. And we very much look forward to this IGA that we're working on for the park artwork project. I think would be the first formal document between the tribe and the city. It certainly seems like it'd be the first time that the city's entertained an agreement that involves sovereign nation language, because that's what the tribe is. So yes, it's a fascinating partnership and relationship. Well, we've been hard pressed to identify any place at Milwaukie, that is Milwaukie today, that was a significant village or any sort of thing like that, like perhaps the one that falls on Oregon City are, where the Malone Village was in Portland. It's definitely a lot of evidence that as a marker to the island, Elk Rock Island was an important factor for the Chinook, the Clackamas people who lived in this area prior to the 19th century. And as a stopping point between Oregon City and what is now Portland, because the marshy area would have been good for growing camas, something that the native people use quite often for things. So there is significance here, and we have a great relationship with them. So it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing where it goes in the next couple of years.
Thank you. That was very informative.
The city manager also mentioned a mural on the post office. Is that also connected to the tribe?
Yes, absolutely. It's officially that's a city arts committee project, and so Jordan and the city manager's office will have direct control over that. But absolutely, our contacts and the staff we've been working with at the Confederated Tribes, the Grand Ronde, have been working with Jordan in-law and the arts committee. And at one point, I'm not sure if it's worked out to this point, but at one point there was a tribal member who was queued up to do that. But there's definitely interest in that mural connecting with the First Fish Heron that will be at Milwaukie Bay Park. So yes, absolutely. The tribe is involved in that conversation, and happily so. In fact, one of our main contacts at the Confederated Tribe of the Grand Ronde is named David Harrelson. And not only is he the cultural liaison for the tribe, he also actually sits on the Oregon State Arts Commission, I think that's what it's called, or Arts Council. So the confluence of our discussion with the tribe and then the artwork from the mural to the First Fish Herons to other projects, that may come in the future, very much interwoven. So it's neat to see where those things intersect. If there are no more recorder questions, I think we're moving on to the next one. Is that first opportunity for me as the court supervisor to present to you the municipal court. It has been, on balance, you might call it a tumultuous 2 years for our municipal court. There's been a bit of shifts that we'll cover here in a second. And I'll just say that I'm still getting my feet wet in terms of court world, and I'm feeling more confident every day. But if there's a question I can't answer, I will happily work on it and report back as soon as possible. But accomplishments of the last 2 years for our municipal court, which by way of introduction is the local administration of justice in the city. The court has been a part of the city of Milwaukie since 1903, when there was originally, I believe they're elected justices of the peace, but by the charter change of 1944, which is what brought us to the current council manager form of government and made some other changes, the court was established at that time. And so the municipal court is one of our original departments and one of the original charges from the people of Milwaukie. it was something that the court had been working on before, but the transition before the COVID-19 pandemic, that is, but the transition to a paperless court was very much something that the court clerk that we started the biennium with and the court clerk we ended the biennium with, both of them worked very hard on getting us to as paperless as possible. And that was good timing. One of those COVID silver linings is because as folks, we had social distancing protocol and the court canceled dates, the shift to helping folks be able to take care of their citations from a distance, so to speak, over the phone or online was good. We've definitely seen a decrease in the number of people coming to court days when we came back to in-person court, and an increase in folks taking care of their business distance. So that was good timing. And now, as the city council is aware, we have we've just launched this last week on May 1st, the third court amnesty program. And the first two were quite successful in helping folks who met the qualifications of that program get their fines taken care of and get off the books from the city. So those are sort of the highlights of the last year looking forward. And I really appreciated the question from the budget committee before this meeting. There was a notation about decreased revenue from citations, but also we're looking forward to increased citation traffic. And that's absolutely true. The story, which I don't think is surprising to anybody, the story of the last 2 years is a drop in citations. Myriad of reasons, COVID-19, fewer people out and about, other social, societal things, pressures, and reduce the number of citations being issued by the police department, and then, code enforcement, because we suspended perhaps pursuing folks with the business registration program. We didn't seek them out like we might have in terms of issuing citations for not renewing business registration. So there are a number of reasons the court citation traffic just crashed. And but looking forward, we do know of a number of things that I think most folks on this panel are aware of that are probably going to drive, that are expected to drive more citation traffic as the Milwaukie Police Department becomes fully staffed. The staffing levels, there'll be more officers on the streets doing patrol. Our code enforcement team now has 3 folks, one dedicated to parking, and then Tim and John doing other code enforcement. We expect that to create more citations. The city hopes to, as was just talked about by Captain Burdick, there's a body-worn camera program being implemented. We anticipate one outcome of that will be more citations issued. They're also working on, the police department's also working on implementing a new e-ticketing system, which right now a lot of tickets are being written by paper. And so we anticipate that the e-ticketing system could generate a reason for more citations to be issued. And then, as council is very familiar, a new tree code is about to be coming online. And an expectation of that new program is more citations issued by our code enforcement department. So there are reasons to think in the next year that the numbers will bounce back in, just kind of a social, societal return to normal. We saw that a little bit last summer. 2020, there was a crash in terms of number of citations issued. 2021 saw a relatively normal warm weather bump. When there's warmer weather, there tend to be more people out and about and more citations issued. We saw that happen last summer, and so we have every expectation, I think, that we'll see that normal bell curve as 22 progresses. So what else do we look forward to? The other main occupant or user of chambers in the public way is the municipal court. And so very much a part of our conversations about what the new chambers at the new city hall will need are the needs of the court. It was a few years ago that the court became a court of record, which had certain audio recording requirements for that room. And so those conversations, the court clerk, Mary Quinn, will be a part of our conversations. We look forward to moving to a new city hall. We're just launching the third amnesty program. And then, as ever, working with our municipal court judge, looking for opportunities for our local administration of justice to continue to provide the services and see what other opportunity and possibilities there could be. So I think that's it for this page, Bonnie. So in terms of the budget, as a reflection of the drop in citation workload, there was a reduction in full-time FTE, moved from 1.5 to 0.5. The court now officially accounts for 0.5 FTE, which continues to reside in the court's budget. And there were some increases in costs related to the city prosecutor's contract. Council may also, on a related note, remember that just recently the council renewed the municipal court judge's contract for additional 2 years. There were some changes within that but the net finance on that was not an increase for the judge. The judge did get a 10% raise, but because the state of Oregon has done away with truancy court in general, that part of her contract was more or less removed. And on balance, the budget there was not an overall gain in terms of the budget. So staffing decrease and some increase for the prosecutor. Those are the highlights for municipal court. Happy to entertain any questions. Seeing that, I just really want to call out our court clerk, Mary Quinn, and our front desk staff at City Hall. There is a lot of work that goes into maintaining local justice. Even when citations are down, citations from the past haven't gone away, and folks on payment plans and whatnot continue to be regularly serviced. Payments are made on a daily basis. That's over, people calling in, asking questions, and so real big kudos. Mary stepped in a year ago as our court clerk and has done an amazing job because not only the court moving, but becoming more efficient. And she's become quite a good mentor for some of our newer staff at the front desk. So thank you, Mary. And if there are no questions, I think we can progress perhaps on to my last budget for you today, the city council budget. And as always, I have some notes to make on this one, but I know there are folks in the room who may know more, have more insight into certain things. So I will start. But please, any of those folks who know who you are, please feel free to interrupt me. So the major goals, so the city council is, of course, the highest governing body of the city of Milwaukie. They are voted into office by the people of Milwaukie, and they set the policy direction for the city. Major goals of the last 2 years, just to name a few of our council, is they established an equity steering committee. And related to that, funds were committed to the city's work for equity, justice, and inclusion. A little thing called a comprehensive plan was overhauled in a matter of a 6 to 7 year process and adopted. And just at our last, or April 19th, I guess, a couple years ago. Well, no, May 3rd. Anyway, the final code package from the implementation process was adopted, approved. So well done to the staff, planning folks who helped administer that through, but well done to the city council for continuing to push through that. And then other highlights of the last couple of years for the city council, development goals for 2 properties the city owns that are going to be hopefully developed in the next couple of years were adopted. Those being for the City Hall site, which was also then declared surplus, and the Sparrow site. So movement on those development projects in the city. And then took action as well to accelerate the city's previously existing but continuing climate action goals. So those are the highlights. The pictures you see there on the screen are from some of the one on the far left, that was just recently with Tom and Brandy Johnson from the Level 1 group. So council back meeting in person and recognizing community volunteers. And then the 2 pictures on the right, the bottom center one is that original first trip that council made with staff about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, to the Confederate Tribes of the Grand Ronde, and that's where that native lands acknowledgement was hammered out. And then the one kind of cockhead on the right there was from our recent trip to the tribe that council had and visited the museum. And anyone listening, if you're ever going down Highway 18 towards Lincoln City, I encourage you to visit the Chachawid Museum there at Grand Ronde. It's great. It's growing. They're in the time between those 2 pictures there, the museum has grown quite a bit, and it's exciting to see that. So I think those are the goals. That's what council's accomplished in the last 2 years. And in terms of the budget, there are a few changes that I'll touch on. As set by the city council 2 years ago, as a result of the council compensation jury, the budget for the council compensation amount was tied to the consumer price index. And so I think we made an adjustment for that, and that was set for councilors elected after that date. And I believe at the moment, the only one that impacted was Councilor Nicodemus. But looking forward, there will be additional new council members who this CPI-tied adjustment will be made available to, and so the budget reflects those increases. There were, I think you just call it inflationary costs for meeting broadcast services and security services. That's one of all studios who helps us project on the television here. Their costs, and then also Oregon Patrol Services, who we hire to secure our meetings. Their costs inflationary one, not too significantly, but they did go up. A line has been added for lobbyist services, and that question was asked before the meeting, and I provided an answer. Generally, the council has discussed for years whether or not the city should have a lobbyist, and it seemed the staff at the moment that this is a good time to include a line for that as that conversation and that need for the city develops. And then there's some other thoughts that in the next couple of years, it would be very helpful to have a strategic planning consultant brought in to help facilitate council retreats and goal setting in the future. And then, of course, in terms of raw numbers, the biggest shift is that the number $40,000 is what I'm remembering, but that chunk for the art mural was removed from the council budget and moved to the city manager's budget as an operational, just logistical. That's the department that uses it, so it made sense to put it there. I think those are all the big points. And did I miss anything? No. Okay. So there's the city council budget. There are some changes. Overall, I think it's pretty to the point, so I'm happy to get any questions.
Thank you, Scott.
Yes, I think that's it for me. So good to see you all. I'll see you all again later, and have a happy Saturday.
Thank you. Take care. I'm actually representing the city attorney. It's the only budget I'm doing actually today, which is hilarious. So the city attorney's budget did go up for litigation this year. We have a number of outstanding items that we're still contemplating going to court for. So that is the only budget item that went up for him. There's been question in the past about whether or not he needed additional staffing support. He continues to receive support from the executive assistant in the city manager's office and has said he is great with his current service level. Are there any questions about the city attorney budget? Okay, then we have a on-hold member of this committee prepared to present a different budget. Go for it.
As interim human resources director, let me go over a few of the major accomplishments, some of which I cannot take any credit for. They were accomplished before I came into this role. And the first of that, and probably the most notable, is there are now 3-year contracts in place with both MPEA and AFSCME. So we will not be back at the bargaining table with them until 2024. A new onboarding system was reimagined and procured during this year. As far as moving onboarding to electronic means, for the most part, it's going to reduce the paper, provide increased consistency across the agency, reduce a lot of questions like, now, what am I supposed to do at this stage with this employee? And we do have, so we're rolling it out actually now. It's been introduced to all employees, and then we're rolling it out as we have new employees coming on board. And then also we've addressed employee safety throughout the pandemic, and this has taken the form of new policies, new procedures and protocols to match the CDC and Oregon Health Authority guidelines at each step of the way, but with employee and public safety being at the forefront. Some goals, upcoming goals are to continue with the onboarding system. So we've rolled out the consistency of the onboarding system for all employees, what a baseline for all employees needs to know and forms they need to complete, et cetera. But there are capabilities to also then add modules for individual departments if they want to. In the process of working on the onboarding system, we also have enhanced our use of our applicant tracking system. I have enjoyed partnering with John on diversity and equity and inclusion efforts, whether this is enhancing our engagement survey questions to include a diversity component, in our upcoming survey, looking at our recruitment materials, et cetera. But HR continues to be actively involved in that. During the last 2 years, in particular with the pandemic and some people being in the office, some working remotely at different times, training has been a challenge to deliver to employees. And so we're seeing that we need to work on enhancing our training program in the coming biennium in order to bring it back up to the par that we want and make sure that all our employees have the appropriate safety training, diversity training, and just access to general professional development. And then, as I mentioned, one of the things that I've enjoyed working with John on is an enhanced employee engagement survey, so that we're ready to roll that out in the fall. And that we've added questions on it related to diversity inclusion and how are people experiencing that at the city of Milwaukie. And then also looked at our demographic information, because we want to make sure that we're receiving data for the broadest group of employees possible. And then with regards to specifics in the budget and what's being requested, pretty much my goal was to not do any harm to the incoming HR director, and in looking at the budget, it seemed like it's been fairly consistent over the last few cycles. And so it's pretty much status quo. There were some minor increases. The negotiation services, even though we won't be in successor collective bargaining, there's policies. I've heard the body-worn camera is being referenced this morning, so that requires a new policy. So we do have some attorneys' fees whenever we're rolling out significant new policies like that, and utilizing their services for review, or if we get into negotiations with one of our unions over them. And then the employee survey, the cost for that. But other than that, is pretty much status quo. With that, are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I am the last but not the least on the presentation slides. So I'm going to go over finance, IT, non-departmental, and the debt service fund. So in finance, we have an incredible team that works through all the major components of the financials for the city, including this budget. And so I definitely can't thank everybody enough for all their work and hard dedication that they put into the city. And with that, though, we do get our GFOA award, which is from the Government Finance Officers Association. And we have received those awards every year for several years now, and we are very proud of those. And with that, this new award we received is the Triple Crown, and that is because we received the budget, the annual financial report, and the People's Financial Report, which is a more condensed version and the less technical version of the financial report. And not many cities get the Triple Crown, so we are very proud to get that designation award. We also have had in the last 2 years some accomplishments, including the grant compliance work. So CARES Act was a major lift in ensuring that we complied with all the components of the CARES Act, and then also make sure we get audited for those pieces, and we passed the audit there. The ARPA funds is another accomplishment that we've had, and will be ongoing. It's also a goal as we continue with the compliance for the federal guidance and the rules that are associated with the ARPA funds. Other accomplishments is we did implement the new budgeting tool. We use OpenGov, and OpenGov was used during this budget process. I would say it was the first phase of the of the tool. We definitely know now what we didn't know before, and we're continuing to improve upon it. We are going to move into a phase 2 and basically have where we can hopefully use it for more robust options for the city departments before we use it for the budget itself. So that's an accomplishment and a goal. We've also streamlined our month-end close process and try to get things more streamlined for the finance department to make sure we can get the financials out to the departments, other departments and funds on a timely manner. And then we've also had our public contracting rules. We are expecting to go to City Council here in the next month or so to revise those and update those based off of the equity, inclusion, and justice goal. Some goals that we have coming up is new city auditors. So the previous audit firm that we used has decided to pivot their company, and they are no longer performing municipal audits. So we are currently in a proposal status and soliciting for a new audit firm. And we hope to have that narrowed down here in the next couple weeks or so. Another goal that we have is the internal control framework. We have a very robust internal control system, but we would like to document most of that and get that really more on paper of how we actually have our framework throughout the city. It's not a requirement by the auditors or anything, although it would definitely put us in a better light, I'm sure, because not many cities can take the time to document all their internal controls. But with my background as well as Keith's background, we have this as one of our primary goals in the next 2 years. And then again, ARPA is going to be a major lift for the finance department. So as far as the general fund finance budget goes, the major things that we have changed here is, in addition to actually moving the FTEs to Scott Stauffer's department, but the significant items are the audit costs. We did increase the auditor cost because now that we're going into a new contract, we expected those audit fees to go up. We are also planning on going to an electronic signature system. As you know, with everybody doing more electronic things, and one of the eye-openers that we've had with COVID is how do we get documents signed and how to make sure that they are certified as those signatures. And so we are looking into a signature system that is a lot more compliant and just ensuring that we have a certification process for those signatures, and also just kind of an ease. It'd be nice to have something that's a little bit easier than what we're doing right now. Bank charges continue to go up as we receive additional fees from not only just banks, but merchant card services are also included in this. So we expect those fees to continue to go up, and especially as people are starting to pay their utility bills and using credit cards, we are anticipating for the increase there. And then utility billing contracts are mainly going up just because those are contractual services that we had anticipated when we signed off on the contracts. Is there any questions on the general fund?
Not so much a question on the budget, but just on that piece about bank charges and credit card charges. I mean, more and more places are going to a Venmo type option to avoid those charges. And I wondered if cities are doing that, or is there too much sort of uncontrolled in that?
Yeah, we've talked about this internally for Venmo or something like Apple Pay. There is still bank charges associated with those. Anytime you accept a credit card, you're going to have a merchant fee associated with that. And so we've talked about it. We haven't moved forward with it. There's some security components that we want to make sure that we dive into first to make sure that we're covering all our bases. So,
because Venmo wouldn't be a credit card. It would be a bank-to-bank transfer, right? It would just be a direct payment from I would pay my utility bill from it would be like writing a check, really, but more than a credit card.
yeah, I'm not really terribly familiar with Venmo. I mean, I use it personally and I pay the credit card fee when I use it, but I don't know how that looks from the vendor side.
Okay.
So, but it is something that we can definitely look into in the future. It is definitely much easier.
I just noticed recently that some tickets for events and like some payment for nonprofits and stuff who are sensitive to the bank charges, they're trying to encourage more use of that, so.
That's great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions on finance? Okay. The next is information technology. So in IT, we have a really great IT manager, Brandon Gill, who has been actually with the city since 2016, but he is now going to leave us, and he recently got a new job in California. So we are very sad that he's going to go, but at the same time, we're very excited for his new adventure and chapter and for him and his family. So he has done actually an incredible work in the in the IT department. He's cleaned up a lot of contracts that were unnecessary in there. He's gone through, and this is just in the 10 years since he's been here, that he's really been a forward-thinking approach to the city's technology and really looking at how the city can better improve our systems. And so one of those things that he's done, along with his incredible team, which is Joe and Chris, was also the cybersecurity audits and getting us up into compliance to ensure that we have some cybersecurity safety, and that included training for staff. That's also including these one-off tests where we'll get an email and hopefully the staff passes and doesn't open up that email and randomly give a password or username. So we get these little tests every once in a while, and they had the number one safety feature, or the number one way to avoid a cybersecurity threat is staff training. So Brandon and his team's been working through that. We did an external penetration testing that we did pass on, but there's still some improvements that needs to be made. SCADA network, which is what Peter talked about quite a bit in depth earlier. It's a heavy lift for the IT department to get SCADA up and running and with the Public Works team. The broadband feasibility study, which was used with ARPA funds, and that was recently completed, and I believe we're going to City Council, I think in August, on the results for those. The permitting system that you've also heard a lot about today was ran through a solicitation process that Brandon headed up and worked with each of the departments and individuals to select a permitting system. There's the phase one of the multi-factor authentication, which is part of trying to get us into a safer environment for cybersecurity. That includes anybody that's going on a VPN. You have to have a two-step process to ensure that you are who you are before you get into our system. And again, cybersecurity awareness. So some of the goals that the IT department has, besides hiring a new IT manager the next couple of weeks, we have the permitting system that's going to take up a lot of time for the IT folks to work with departments and make sure that the system is working appropriately. We are also migrating over from Office 365 to Microsoft 365. What that all entails, I'm not 100% sure on, and this is where Brandon probably would be able to talk for hours on it. But going over to Microsoft 365, what I do know is that it will streamline our systems and get us a little bit more not compliant, but more up to date on how we can use Microsoft in general for all of our office and application items. There's also another phase for multi-factor authentication, which includes where employees go onto their computers, even if they're on the network. So when I come into the office, I'll have to do another step to make sure that I am, again, who I am. And then also New City Hall. It's going to be a big undertaking for the IT department as well to make sure that everybody can use the system and make sure that we have Wi-Fi, the fiber network, and the city council chambers as well. So major items for the budget for IT is mostly related to maintenance cost increases. We had quite a bit of maintenance contractual services that we have throughout the city. And so a lot of those contracts come through here. But we also have some service contracts. So we have the help desk contract where we have some an outsourced vendor that helps with some of that help desk items. Anywhere from, hey, my computer doesn't, not talking to the printer, or I can't, log in, that kind of thing. So we have some additional increases there, and then also some hardware and equipment decreases because we've been purchasing quite a bit in the last couple of years to conform to more laptops or some of the services so that people can either work from home or be a little bit more mobile. That's about it that I have for the IT department. Is there any questions? Okay. So the general fund non-departmental, pretty much here is, this is the department that handles all the things that don't really fit into any of the other departments. So we have the general liability insurance premiums is housed in this department. And that is going up as an increase. We are seeing insurance costs are increasing across the board in many different places. So general liability is going to cover everything between, just our buildings, our vehicles, and just make sure that we're just covered for insurance purposes. The debt service payments are just in line with the amortization schedules. Another item here that we don't typically see in the past is all the transfers that come out of general fund into other departments. And the city hall we've talked about earlier, but we've also are transferring money from the general fund into the debt service fund, and that is going to be the general fund's portion of the cost for the new city hall debt. We have the and then the construction excise tax is the $800,000 that we talked about earlier as well. So significant items also includes an increase in contingency, but we also, what I neglected to talk about earlier at our last meeting is that we did change our reserve policy to, if you go to page 37 of the reserve policy, there's a line item in there that talks about the general fund operating expenditures and additional reserves as deemed appropriate by the city manager. So we did make that adjustment there. And then that's reflected to cover any items that we need in the general fund. And then with that, that's all I had for non-departmental. And then the last fund is debt service fund. And there's not much really to say about that, except for we're continuing to move forward with our timely payments. The one thing that we did notice in the debt service fund is that there was more fund balance that there should have been. And when we, and this goes way back, probably about 2016, where we had actually transferred too much money from the general fund over to debt service fund to cover costs for one of the debts. But it was actually after we did this pretty lengthy research, we discovered that wasn't necessary. And so the debt service fund is supposed to be a low dollar fund balance. It's not supposed to carry a fund balance. So we are right sizing that. And one of the ways that we're doing is that we're not actually transferring over the lease money from the City Hall fund into the debt service fund to cover the debt. We're actually just going to use the surplus that we had in the debt service fund to cover that cost. And then that brings down the debt service fund balance. Okay. Is there any questions on debt service? Okay, we made it. We're through the presentations. So I am going to end my slideshow and sharing and turn it over to you all for the next step.
Okay. And I believe the next step is the public testimony. Does anything need to be done to notify the person that wanted to participate in this earlier in our meeting, or whatever?
They have their hand raised actually in the audience, so I think we probably are okay.
Okay. I call to order the this is a part of the agenda when the committee will hear community members' statements regarding the proposed budget. Those wishing to speak, please email finance@milwaukieoregon.gov. Raise your hand in Zoom or write a comment in the Zoom chat to indicate you wish to speak. If you are calling in through the Zoom and would like to make a comment, dial *9 to raise your hand. Before you make your comments, please state your name and city of residence for the record. If you would like the city to follow up with you, please submit your contact information to finance@milwaukeeoregon.gov. As the committee has other business items on the agenda today, speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Because information provided during community comments may be new, staff will respond at the next committee meeting to those comments that require follow-up. Have we received any correspondence on the proposed budget?
We actually have, we have 2 people that's actually waiting in the waiting room, and we also had a previous email that we received on the proposed budget.
So does the email get read out to us? How is that dealt with?
Yeah, they were actually here earlier, so we can, we don't know. I think do we just go ahead and read that, Anne? Is that the way we do that?
I'm sorry, do we just go ahead and read?
The email that we received, if the person's not here?
We have not been reading them. We pass them along to the elected officials. I believe we're actually adopting the budget in June. So if there's something that somehow transitions differently for the council, they would make the choice at that point.
Okay, perfect. So now, Bonnie, you said we have people that want to speak. Can we just move to them?
Yeah, we do have Elvis Clark. So let me promote him to the panelist. And then we have one more after that.
Okay, so is this person going to speak?
Yeah, Elvis, you are here. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes. I was waiting to see if I was invited to speak.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't listen to all the budget meeting today earlier, but I did want to, I'm Elvis Clark, Gardenwell neighborhood, and I'm a member of the Public Safety Advisory Committee. And we've had one proposal from a Jacob Sherman, who's on our planning commission, about beefing up or shoring up the 29th Avenue for the Greenway. And so he has a proposal which looks entertaining and good. also wanted to point out that a while ago, it was like 2 or 3 years ago, when the previous city engineer was here. I think it was Chuck Eaton, and there was a issue about Llewellyn Street lacking sidewalks going from 37th up the Safeway, and there was discussion that there was actually $1 million set aside from the PSAC bond monies that would be going to distribute towards neighborhood projects such as Llewellyn or other things that the neighborhoods thought might be good things to have for safety and for pedestrians and bicyclists. So I think that issue or that focus about that $1 million set aside has been kind of disappeared over the time, and I wanted to bring that back up because Jacob is asking for a modicum of monies for beefing up the Greenway there on 29th. But I also think there's 2 other areas that really are prominent in Ardenwell that need help with addressing, and that's King Road between 36th and 40th is very potted and it doesn't have any sidewalks. And the other is Llewellyn between 37th and going up the King Road on 42nd. That doesn't have a sidewalk, and they're also potted and standing water issues. The Harvey project is in the SAFE program, and that's going to be done here in a couple years or less. But the people that surveyed from our neighborhood actually supported just putting in one sidewalk on Harvey, one side of the street. So that, and a lot of them said that they wanted to save the city money for, and not necessarily have 2 sidewalks you needed. But anyways, so there might be some savings from there too that we could transfer over to like Jacob's project for beefing up the Greenway on 29th. So that was my testimony. Thank you all.
Thank you. Does staff have any comments, or you will take this and return with a response?
Normally we would take these and then return with a response, but because this is probably going to be our only meeting, I have asked that Kelly Brooks speak to this, so she is back to chat. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi. Yes. So the 1 million that Elvis pointed to for the SAFE program is the spot improvements component, which is what we talked a little bit about earlier, would be routed through PSAC. That was over the life of the SAFE program, and we have this year we have put $180,000 towards it in the adopted budget that you all are reviewing. So it's not as much as Ben has requested, and I would also say that it's more than just the Ardenwell neighborhood who has requests. There's been a lot of work done in Llewellyn and other parts of the city. So I think there will be an interesting conversation that needs to occur, but there is funding there. We definitely have heard loud and clear from our folks across the city that they have an interest in advancing some of the smaller improvements. I would say complete segments of sidewalk would be outside that amount. What you're looking at here more would be traffic calming measures. So we're happy to continue to work with the NDAs, and I've pledged to Jacob to look at adjacent CIP projects that we may have to 29th and other places that could potentially incorporate some of these low dollar items into those projects, and also citywide work with the Public Safety Advisory Committee on how to allocate the $180,000 in spot improvement dollars that we have for SAFE to start addressing some of those concerns as well. So that's our plan at this point in time, but certainly appreciate all the interest.
What's the $180,000 that's in this budget for?
Called SAFE Spot Improvements.
SAFE Spot. Okay.
Yeah, so it's very intentionally things that weren't identified as a phase 1, 2, or 3 SAFE project that are smaller spot improvements.
So there's not an identified list. You're just saying we'll spend 180,000.
No, it's basically to respond to this exact type of comment, right? Which is, hey, I don't see the thing that I care about in one of your identified safe priority projects, but I still see a need and I view it as being lower dollar. How can you help? And so that's what that pot of money is there to help respond to.
Which we talked about earlier. About how, who would, that was my question, who would be making the decisions, and it was targeted to PSAC, as I recall.
Yeah, that's in the safe plan. That's when the truck was creating the safe plan.
That's the same money. That's the money we were talking about. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So any other questions from committee members on this? Do we have any other citizens waiting to comment?
No person in the participant list, so we'll promote them. They haven't raised their hand to speak, but we can promote them and see if they can or not.
Okay.
I'll see if Keith, I don't know if you can try to promote them. It doesn't have the option for me.
Let's see. I can allow him to talk here.
Okay. We're waiting to hear what your comments on the budget are.
It looks with the 971 prefix. Do you have any comments or questions?
It looks like they're currently muted. What's the star? Is it star 9?
I think it's star 9 to raise your hand and star 6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, nothing.
Okay, well, if that person is still here, maybe you can send an email to finance@milwaukeeoregon.gov. But otherwise, I guess we need to move on. Is that, am I correct there? Okay. If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public testimony part of the proposed budget.
So moved.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of the proposed budget. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say no, nay. Motion carries.
Okay.
That person that's on the phone is Jacob Sherman, and he's just texted me and he said he's trying to unmute and he can't, and it won't let him talk. So, yeah, I guess we closed it. So.
Well, if he's trying to get in, I would say we reopen it. So I guess I would move to reopen the public testimony to allow his testimony.
And I will second that.
Okay. So, Mr. Sherman, if you can hear me, Lisa suggested star 6 would unmute you.
That's what I thought we were told.
And if not, is it possible for you to email your comment and we can then consider it?
He says, he's asking, is there a way that we can unmute him? He said he's pressing 6. I told him to press star 6 to unmute, but he said it's not working. I don't know if he can unmute a phone.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. Y'all can check it out. I'm on 15 episodes, season 2, kid.
But you would be the only person who can do it. The rest of us aren't controlling the Zoom. So if you want to try, we can have that happen.
Yeah, I've been trying to, I can ask him to unmute and give him permission. Yes. Oh, I think we just lost him. Hopefully he's trying to call in again.
Or get on Zoom would be, if you can do that.
I guess there's no way that we could figure out what his number is and somebody could call him.
No, the number he was calling from was zeroed out, or I could only see a few numbers.
Oh, right. Okay.
He said, he's at City Hall right now.
Okay. I can run down and grab him.
Yeah, he can go upstairs and give
Okay. That would be great.
Technology. Right. Star 6 like 45 times. I probably kept unmuting and remuting.
If you want to sit right here.
Right here?
Yeah, if the camera will get you here.
The camera's there.
Mr. Sherman?
Chair Schnatter?
Yes, I'm glad we finally got to hear from you.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gamba, city councilors, chair, budget committee members, and staff. Thanks so much for the opportunity. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I pressed star 6 like 42 times, and maybe I just kept unmuting and remuting myself. I'm not sure. I happened to be right by City Hall, so I ran over here away from my daughter's birthday party, which I have to get back to shortly. But I appreciate hearing more from Assistant City Manager Brooks about the spot investments in the email testimony that I submitted this morning, which I apologize was fairly late in your process. I made the request for the city to include $300,000 as part of the neighborhood pedestrian and traffic safety program, which is prioritized as kind of one of the top 20 projects in the 2013 adopted transportation system plan. It's labeled as one of the high priority projects, and while other projects in lower priorities have since moved forward, this one hasn't. I think a number of our councilors and elected officials, you know, as cyclists and as pedestrians, recognize the importance of some of these improvements. And while I personally deeply appreciate some of the major capital investments that we're making as a community in bike ped infrastructure, I want to encourage that we also think about some of those small tactical projects that can be done quickly and for significantly less dollars than large capital projects, which is why I was asking if you could consider an investment in that kind of work, especially since as Assistant City Manager Brooks mentioned, you know, this is a citywide issue that community members across the city care about. And so again, some of those smaller investments could probably go a long way to picking off some of the kind of the problem areas. I think that's about it. I really want to thank you all for making time to reopen this. I've been listening on and off throughout the entire day, and also just wanted to say that I'm incredibly proud of the work that city staff are doing. It was really impressive to hear all of that. And I also want to thank City Manager Ober for making sure that this this meeting, while maybe underattended, occurs on a Saturday where there's more access and transparency for people who work. So thank you all so much for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify, and to staff for letting me in the building at the last minute.
Thank you. Do any of the committee members have any comments?
You're on
Okay.
video, Jacob, but you're more than welcome to speak.
Yeah, I believe that, that Assistant City Manager Brooks does have a response.
Okay.
Wait, Mayor, did you want to talk first?
Either way, I don't care.
Okay, so I just want to connect some dots. Jacob pointed out the TSP. So our SAFE program came after the transportation system plan. So I believe it's with similar intent that we would go out and do smaller projects through the fund that both Elvis mentioned. And we do have an investment in, which is $180,000 in the spot improvements. So I feel like we're trying our best to try to start moving down that path, but I do just have to acknowledge whether a project is large or small, it requires a project manager. We are under-resourced with staff right now. We're actually down 3 people at the moment. So even if it seems really easy and like we should just be able to go get it done, we do need to make sure that we maintain enough focus on the projects that we've issued debt for and complete those, while also running kind of a transparent and balanced process to utilize those spot dollars as well. So they're in the budget. We fully intend to proceed with those. But to anyone in the neighborhoods that's experiencing frustration, I hear you, but we do need to make sure we have both the people and the time to do it well. So I'm sure I will have lots more conversation with folks as we move into the next couple of years and through our TSP process on this, and look forward to doing that.
So I recognize, the staffing issues. I also recognize the fact that we've gone through 2 years of a pandemic, which has thrown a wrinkle in a lot of the work we've been trying to do around the SAFE program. When we originally envisioned the SAFE program, we did have an intention to be able to solve some of these smaller spot problems more quickly, rather than sort of having them on the punch list, 9 years into the program to clean up, just so that the community members could be, utilizing those smaller projects earlier on. I don't know what at this point we could do differently, since it appears that we're not going back out for our second tranche of the SAFE program this year to change the budget trajectory on this. But I would like us to consider it and to look at it. It was the intention of the SAFE program to make those kinds of moves during the program. Thanks.
Any other comments? Okay, so
I do have one that I just want to make sure is made, Leslie. We actually have been doing a number of these items throughout the last couple of years. We've been targeting them namely in places where we've had pedestrian kids. Kids have been the focus. So the flashing beacons, the crossings where we know that we have school crossings have been our priority. So I did just want to call out, we have been using some of these smaller dollars to try and tackle those. Assistant City Manager Brooks has been prioritizing those above other things, just because the whole discussion early on with SAFE was that we were doing this for kids. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that we were on air as saying that we actually have been putting a number of those in over the last 2 years. Thanks.
thank you. Okay, so I will again entertain a motion to close the public testimony of the proposed budget.
I move to close the public testimony for the budget.
A second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public testimony portion of the proposed budget. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Any discussion among committee members regarding the proposed budget? Okay. Is the committee ready to vote?
I would just sorry, I do have something I wanted to say. It's not really a discussion, but since I wasn't here at the first meeting, and I did watch the video and everything before this meeting, but I did want to just commend the staff on the budget document. I mean, Councilor Heisey said some of it, said it the last time, but it's really, really well done. I really think it's so much clearer. There are things in there that after, being through 3 budget cycles, I was like, oh, that's what that means. So I do think it's really made for a more reader-friendly, public-friendly document. I don't know how many people in the public pick up the budget and look at it, but I was recently looking at other cities' budgets. I was looking at the city of Wilsonville's budget and a couple of others, and they're nowhere near as easy to figure out as our budget. So nice job.
Is there like an EGOT for awards? You got the Triple Crown, but I feel like there should be one more that is really just for excellency in public accessibility of budget message.
I have to agree. I mean, I cannot tell you how hard it was to look at the budget that the city of Milwaukie had many years ago when I was on this committee the first time. And I think this is just a stellar document in terms of clarity and transparency. Not to mention that the work that the document is talking about is also really exciting and moving the city forward in very important ways. So I personally want to thank all the city staff too. So having said that, I believe we need to take a vote, but as I recall from what Bonnie said, there needs to be an amendment. So I think she has posted what the amendment has to be on the screen. I will now entertain a motion to approve and recommend the budget and property taxes to the city council.
And I did post a new motion out there with the changes to the stormwater fund. It's in the chat.
I saw it for a minute, but I don't see it anymore.
I see it. I can read it.
Oh, okay, great.
I move to approve the city manager's proposed budget totaling $192,619,000 for biennium 2023 and 2024 with a property tax rate of 4.1367 per thousand of assessed value for fiscal year 2023 and 4.1367 per 1,000 of assessed value for fiscal year 2024, and a bond levy amount of $860,000 for fiscal year 2023 and $860,000 for fiscal year 2024. With the following changes, namely adding $585,000 to the stormwater fund to reflect a grant added to resources. The total city budget with this change is $193,204,000.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the city manager's proposed budget totaling, I need the total again. $93 million. I didn't write it down.
192,619,000.
No, that's not the changed one. It's 193.
No, I'm reading from the chat. I can put it back in there.
Oh, okay.
Can you see it now, Leslie?
Okay, yes. The city manager's proposed budget totaling I still don't have that final number, $192,619,000 for biennium 2023 and 2024 with a property tax rate of $4.137 per thousand of assessed value for the fiscal year 2023 and a $4.137 per thousand of assessed value for fiscal year 2024, and a bond levy amount of $860,000 for fiscal year 2023 and $860,000 for fiscal year 2024 with the following changes, and that's what I can't see.
Scroll.
There we go.
Okay. With the following changes, adding $585,000 to the stormwater fund to reflect a grant added to resources. The total city budget with this change is $193,204,000. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. So now I will entertain a motion to cancel the May 14th, 2022 Budget Committee meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to cancel the May 14th, 2022 Budget Committee meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries. Are there any other items the committee would like to discuss? If not, I will entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And I guess we are adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time today.